Public meeting of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw Independent School District to order. The records show that a quorum of board members is present and that this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. Welcome everyone to our first meeting of the 2022-2023 school year. We're going to jump right into reports. We didn't have any oral speakers signed up, correct? All right, then we're going to jump right into our reports, and we are going to skip ahead so that we can let one of our speakers get out of here. He's got another commitment. So we're going to jump ahead to our fine arts report. Mr. Bell?
Wait, what? This is a first, and maybe the last time, but thank you so much for accommodating. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Chavell, it's my honor and privilege to be here to talk about our year in fine arts, the past year, 21-22. And I will pull up presentation here. All right. So first thing I want to point out and draw your attention to is this, this emblem in the top right corner. For the 9th year in a row, the National Association of Music Merchants, acronym NAM, throughout the country, has deemed that Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD is one of the best communities for music education in the country. And there, to give you an idea, there were only, I think, 746 districts nationwide that were honored as a best communities for music education. And I want to say thank you, and I want to say that this is a tremendous credit to you for your leadership, your support of our fine arts programs, as well as our directors, our parents, our students. So I think it's something that we can all celebrate in. As you see here, yeah, thank you. As you see here, we have a lot of not just UIL, TMEA, external driven contests, but and activities and events for our students to participate in. But we have a lot of internal events. And I want to point out number 9, most especially here, because as you know, it was a bit of a journey to feature our students in our Fine Arts Showcase last year. But thanks to University of Texas at Arlington and Texas Hall, we were able to make that happen. And I want you to know this is a historic day because the wonderful rain that we've experienced, it has not rained like that since May 24th when we had this Arlington and had to load and unload students and equipment and all that good stuff. But I thought that was very ironical that it hasn't rained like that since that day. Our fine arts academic performance targets, when I looked at this, because last year none of these applied, and going back to 1920, when it comes to UIL contests and competitions, when COVID hit in March of 2020, then our contests were shut down for the year. So I'm very proud. I think we lost a little ground here and there, but we gained some ground as well. And so I'm very proud of our data here as we move forward into this year. Some highlights, visual arts. You may remember we honored them, I think, at the May board meeting. We had 4 medalists and a Gold Seal Award winner from Saginaw High School at the state vase contest last year, which is tremendous. And we had an mega successful district art show. We had, we should have counted the number of folks, but we're having to move out of the Hollenstein Center because we've simply outgrown it. And just the ability to maneuver and hold our show there, I think we've outgrown that, which is a good problem to have. So we're looking for another venue this year when we feature our art students in visual art, works of art. In the band, world of band, if you look at that second bullet, all 10 of our middle school concert bands, varsity and non-varsity bands, earned sweepstakes at their concert and sight reading assessment, which is tremendous. And the Boswell Pioneer Drumline, as you probably know, because we honored them as well in May, they placed in the top 10 of their division. I believe it was the open division at the WGI World Championships in Dayton, Ohio, the best, the highest that they've ever achieved in Boswell history, and that's tremendous. And if you see this picture up here, we have a young man from Chisholm Trail High School, Jesson Leone, who is a tremendous percussionist at Chisholm Trail, and he actually participated as part of the semi-professional drum line affiliated with our district called VIP, Vigilante Indoor Percussion. So we're very proud of them and what they achieved. Our choirs had a full year, as did all of our performing arts performances, which was such a godsend after the pandemic and living through that. But they had a really successful year at UIL concert and sight reading contests, both our middle schools and high schools, and all Saginaw High School choirs that went to concert and sight reading contest earned not only sweepstakes, but straight ones. There wasn't a choir that received a second division, which is tremendous. Our dance teams continue to be successful in their performances throughout the fall and winter and at regional and state, as well as national competitions as well. And I should say our dance showcase. We had a great crowd and the students performed beautifully. Elementary fine arts was so great that they could perform for PTA meetings, their honor choirs on their campuses. We had all 17 honor choirs participate in our elementary choir festival in February at Saginaw High School. It was a tremendous event and had, I think, more parents and family and community support than we've ever had. In theater arts, our students performed beautifully. They were busy all year, and a very successful one-act play season at the high school level. And Chisholm Trail advanced all the way to the region contest at UT Arlington, which is one step away from going to state. So I had a disappointed daughter, but very proud of all of their performances. And so to wrap it up this year, I wanted to give you just some snapshots of our fine arts showcase on the last day that it rained, May 24th, before today. So there you are. You please feel free to take this and look at that. We're so proud and so privileged to get to showcase these students. So that's what I have tonight. Please, if there are any questions, I would entertain them now. Mr. Daughtry, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, just checking.
Appreciate you asking them.
No. All right. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for the update. It's always great to hear all the wonderful things our students are doing.
We
All right.
have some wonderfully talented students for sure.
Thank you. Okay, we will head back to our operations report and start with our quarterly demographic and housing analysis.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Chadwell. It is my pleasure to be with you this afternoon. And you've heard me reference the Great Resignation, how it's impacted virtually every industry. Well, it impacted us. And so I've got some new team members, and I've got one joining me this afternoon. I'd like to introduce Hudson Huff. Hudson Huff is joining our team as a consultant. Hudson's got over 20 years of planning. He's been most recently working for the Keller School District as their director of construction facilities. And so I'm very thankful that he's going to be joining our team and will be assisting. So I'll still be the lead consultant, but Hudson is a resource that will be available to help us with consulting projects throughout the DFW Metroplex. Well, it has been an interesting summer. We've seen a lot of change. You know, the economy is showing us some signs of some change. The interest rates have gone up significantly. I'll touch on that in just a little bit. The unemployment rates are still relatively low. And these are unemployment rates for May. And when we look at the June numbers, the May, June numbers, a little bit of a movement up, but still, when you compare it to 2019, we're still pretty close to where it was prior to the pandemic. So the unemployment rates have gotten down in that very low range. I will say it's still a little bit of a challenge for industries with hiring employees. There's still a tremendous amount of turnover that's happening. There's a lot of industry that is struggling to fill positions. I still have one position open yet to fill, and we've hired 2 over the summer. That's never happened in my 20 years of doing consulting. Have I had 3 open positions over one summer? But we're about to get that corrected, and we're ready for this school year, but this is still challenging most industries. It's happening in education, and it's happening in just about every industry. And I want to touch on the housing statistics. This is a graph that shows the annualized start rates and closing rates for the DFW market. You can really see back in the first quarter of 2020. So the pandemic started March of 2020, which was right at the end of the first quarter, and that caused a real surge in new housing activity. Prior to the pandemic, we were doing about 30 to 34,000 new homes a year in the DFW market, and then it shot up to over 54,000. Now it has leveled off. You'll notice on this graph, the start activity is leveling off. Now, I suspect the start activity is going to drop. We are going to see a drop, but keep in mind, we really need to keep it in comparison to what was it like prior to the pandemic. So the news is going to make it sound like we're having this record-breaking drop in sales. But there again, even if we fall back to 35, 40,000, historically, that would have been a great number. And so when we talk about the Eagle Mountain Saginaw housing, and there is likely going to be a little bit of a slowdown, that's not going to be problematic. It's just going to mean it's going to get back to those levels that were likely in that 15 to 1900 per year. Still good growth, very consistent good growth. But the housing market is interest rate sensitive. So the interest rates have gone from 3% to 5%. And to give you a context of what that means, to go from 3% to 5%, that likely on average has caused the monthly payment to go up $529. So that's pretty significant. It's more significant for the first time younger buyers, and it's more significant for move-up buyers. Move-up buyers that are already in a home that have a low interest rate, they're going to rethink whether or not they want to buy that more expensive home or move, because they're already locked in at a low interest rate. It does not have as much of an impact on relocation buyers. Relocation buyers that are coming from outside the market, coming here because they've got a job change or moving here for that reason, they're likely going to continue to buy houses. DFW is still one of the strongest areas in the country for job growth. So the job growth numbers continue to be very, very strong. Now, when we look at the data by quarter, now the starts for the second quarter were very good. We had a very healthy number of starts in the second quarter, 420 starts. That's the highest number in about 1.5 to 2 years. So we had a lot supply issue. So our lot supply was low. The lot supply is being corrected. Now the starts are moving up. Now it's taking longer to finish homes. That's why there's a gap between starts and closings. It's the continued supply chain challenges. It's also shortages of labor that are continuing to impact that. But I do expect the closings are going to continue to catch up over time. Now, the interest rate hike and this change in the housing market, I do not expect it to have a significant impact on the projections for this fall, but it could cause us to soften the projections next year and the following year, depending upon how long those interest rates stay up. And they could go up again. So we may not have seen the end of the increase in the interest rates. Now, on the plus side, the interest rates are intended to help with inflation. So we could start to see a softening of some of those inflationary impacts on all areas of the economy. So that could be a side effect that could help. But to give you a comparison as to where we were a year ago, a year ago, we were at 1,700 annual starts, and this second quarter annual starts at 1,200. So that drop was primarily the lot supply challenges. But look at the quarter starts. They've actually gone up from a year ago. So we've seen an increase on the quarter starts. Right now, the Eagle Mountain Saginaw is ranked 14th in the DFW area based on annualized closings. I do think you're going to move back up that list a few spots as we get more of those homes that have been started closed. And you'll also notice now our lot supply, that vacant developed lot supply at 2,277. So it's now gotten back healthy. So we've gotten those lot numbers up. And you do have additional developments that are under construction. So there are new lots that are also on the way. Now you have 17,932 future lots that are in the pipeline to come your way. Now, this is sorting that housing data by your elementary attendance zones. The most active zone right now is the Eagle Mountain Elementary Zone with 319 annual starts. Second most active is Comanche Springs with 213. Copper Creek's in the third spot with 197. And then you've got Elkins at 172. So those top five are really the zones that are going to see the most significant growth over the next couple of years. Now, here's just the overview map. These are your current elementary attendance zones. Those green shaded areas are active, building single-family homes. We have 31 actively building subdivisions. We have 16 future subdivisions where you see a red outline. That's where development activity is taking place. So new lots are on the way, additional lots in those areas with the red outline. We have 2,307 lots that are in development. So the lot supply is still being fed, and we do expect to continue to see anywhere from 1,600 homes per year, even with the slowdown because of the interest rates. I don't think it's going to cause it to stop. It's just going to possibly slow it down.
Bob, we're not going to get the 1,600 this year though, right? I mean,
I think we could get to 1,600 starts, but then because it's taking so long to continue to finish homes, that it may get stretched out. Let me back up just to help a little bit with that. This slide might help. You can see the 420 starts that we had in the second quarter. They're likely not going to get all closed in the second quarter. Now, 3 years ago, if we saw that number of starts in a quarter, we could pretty much bank on it being closed the following 1 to 2 quarters, but it is being stretched. So it's likely going to be, let's say it could be 300 in the third quarter, which would put us at 700. We could see 400 or so in the fourth quarter. So realistically, we're probably looking at about 11 to 1,200 closings. My reference to starts, I think the start rate could, if we continue to see that 300 to 400 starts, then we might get back to that 1,400, 1,500, which is not far off of where it was in 2019. In 2019, it was 1,700. So I think what's happening is it's probably moving back to where it was prior to the pandemic.
some of those, I think you're going to get to some of them, but they seem to have got the groundwork done and then they just stopped.
Mhm.
They're not pouring the streets, or they've got them cut in dirt and some pad sites, but no streets, and the activity like on Bowes Road, both north and south of it, they've got them ready to go, but nothing's going on. They haven't been for a while.
Yeah, that is interesting. And so it could be just some timings in the market where they're trying to time out. In some sense, the next big push is going to happen in the spring again. So now it's a matter of, okay, does it do us any good to get the lots and spend the money now to get the lots all the way in versus, okay, we really need to get them ready for March of 23. Some of the highlights: Bailey Park, it's 465 total lots, 185 vacant developed lots. D.R. Horton's the builder there. That price point is 300 to 375. And then just south of that is the ranch at Duck Creek, which is 361 future lots. Groundwork is underway on all the lots. Ashton Woods is the builder, and this is in the Elkins zone.
So the one in the Bryson zone, you've got there, but you don't have any starts or anything on your district housing overview by elementary zone. So those are all over in futures and vacant development lots.
Yes.
So that means they're not gonna start within a year? Is that?
No, it means that there could be some starts that could happen fairly soon.
So
So
it's shipped over to?
then they'll shift to the start
Okay.
column.
As soon as they can get the permits for those houses and those roads have been accepted by the city, they'll start.
Is that really what they're like? The main?
But like you mentioned earlier with the ducks at Ranch Creek, that one and the one south to it, like you said, it's just, they got excited about it, then it's on hold.
Yeah, they just stopped.
Mhm. Next is the Infield Development. It's Brookfield Ranch with 74 total lots, 74 vacant developed lots. All the lots were delivered in the second quarter. A little higher price point at $400,000 to $500,000. And this is in the Greenfield Elementary Zone. Like I said, I just touched on some of the highlights. We've got a full report on all of those activities for the subdivisions and the growth. But I wanted to give you a 1-year comparison. This is actually last year. How did we do? So how did we do last year? We forecasted about 10,038 elementary kids. That was the forecast for this time last year. The actual enrollment for the elementary campuses came in at 9,976. Overall, it was very good. We came in very close district-wide. The middle school numbers also came in. The middle school numbers actually came in a little above the forecast. The enrollment was almost 5,300, and we had forecasted about 5,215. The high schools, again, very close, a little bit above the forecast. Overall, we came in about, almost 50 kids within the forecast. Now, I did a quick look at where we are with this year. Now, keep in mind, this is so early in the school year. We typically grow 600 to 800 students by the time we get to the snapshot, the end of October. So I think that the projections are going to come. We forecasted about 1,200 students of growth. So we forecasted 23,547. I suspect when we get to the snapshot, we're probably going to be growth at around 900. So it's going to be in that 800 to 900 growth could be where we could end up this year.
Even though that's got 1216 on it. Right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what we forecasted last, when we forecasted, we thought you were going to grow 1,200. Now my gut is telling me when I look at the early numbers, it's probably going to be closer to 800. And there again, there's a variety of things at play that could be having this impact. The interest rate certainly could have had some of an impact. The pandemic, we're still wrestling with, what has not come back that should have come back. Now I'm saying that globally across the state of Texas, not specifically for Eagle Mountain, Saginaw. But when I looked at your disenrollment report that I got today, 8 of the 12 elementary campuses were very close. 4 of the 6 middle school campuses, very close. And 2 of the 3 high schools, very close. So overall, even though we're still coming in a little under, the vast majority of the campuses are tracking very, very well. So this is last year's projections. Now we will update the new projections for this year. We need about a month. So it takes about a month into the school year for the enrollment to settle so that we understand how the school year has started. And then we'll build in the new projections and we'll have our projections ready to review middle to end of October. So we're still a little early, but I think overall that you're going to be at about 800 to 900 students of growth. And when I looked at the campus levels, very close. Now, you can see those high growth areas that have the high housing growth are where we're seeing some of the starting to approach capacities. So you can see at the elementary level, it's Elkins, High Country, Willow Creek, and possibly Comanche Springs. The other one we want to watch closely is Eagle Mountain Elementary because that's where a majority of the housing is now taking place. So that one could change a little bit based on how the enrollment settles and how we continue to watch the housing. At the secondary level.
Bob, if you hold a minute, if you
Sure.
go back to that one, you mentioned that in October, you're going to give us your numbers, but also we have to layer in the pre-K, the remaining half-day pre-K into those areas. So as Bob mentioned, some of those high growth areas, if they have pre-K, they'll start moving into those areas that don't have, that are closer to build out, such as you see Northbrook right there. So that's a place that's probably not going to grow many students, but it has classrooms and it has those areas of need for pre-K in there. So we would take advantage of that, making those moves. We'll be working with Linda on all that.
Very good. At the secondary level, it's Wayside Middle School that has the highest enrollment. And then, of course, your high schools those enrollment numbers are about to change as we get the high school plans in front of you. But overall, I feel like the enrollments are going to come in fairly well. And like I said, we could be a little under the 1,200, somewhere in that 800 to 900 range is where I expect the growth will end up. When we look at, we get an enrollment report pretty much every day for the first several weeks of school, and it compares it to the same day a year ago. And it's been tracking at about 1,000 students more than where it was a year ago. So tracking pretty well. Second quarter new home starts is the highest that we've seen since 2020. So we did see a pretty good bump in the second quarter of starts. We've got 32 actively building subdivisions, 16 future subdivisions. There's groundwork underway on 2,300 more lots that should be delivered within about 12 subdivisions. There's 1,030 multifamily units under construction. And we do expect the enrollment growth will likely end up at around 800 to 900 students of growth due to some softening in the housing market. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, you didn't mention the price point on those homes that were being built in the Elkins area. I'm trying to think. I had never heard of that builder. Do you have any idea of the price point on those homes? I'm trying to get back there.
I don't, so I'll need to look that up. I'm sure it's in our database.
Ashland Woods, they build a lot of homes around here?
They do build a lot of homes, so they're a production builder that we do see quite a bit around the DFW. I'd be happy to respond back with typically what their average price point is.
Thank you for that update.
You're very welcome.
Next, we will move on to construction update with Mr. Welch.
Tonight, we'll start out with the administration building and going over some of the outskirts of the building. The landscaping continues to progress. That's probably the best it's looked on that side. Of course, after the rain today, they're going to have to rebuild a few things, but they'll continue to work on that and make sure everything is right. This is on the backside of C, and so they're doing some final touches on some of the railings and some of the stair steps. In the main part of area B, they've started the furniture delivery and also putting it together. So they've been on that about 2 weeks. This is an example of the training rooms with the tables in them. That's on the upper level. And on the far right, that is a reception desk in the area C lobby by the bistro. So that there's 2 reception desks. That's one of them. I believe that's where Sheila would be located. In the boardroom in area C, they continue to work on the wood panels. They're staining them and putting them together, installing them. So it's a very large project in there, but they continue to progress on that one. We're still looking as far as a first board meeting around October. So we got to make sure we get our AV equipment and all that in there. That'll be the bigger challenge we face there. As I mentioned earlier, area B, so that's some of the cubicles, upstairs, downstairs. I'll just give you an idea of there's a lot of furniture in there that has to be put together. So I know Linda's group's getting excited about that. She's tried to move the date up on me a while ago. But there's a lot of punch items to do with that. You've got furniture, then you've got the building. So we'll make sure we get it right for them. And so this was we just went around to see in the finance area, operations, and in communications.
Sure, they're all thrilled with these pictures.
Well, Rob did not know. It was like, hey, so he had to turn around. So he was completely off guard. Whereas the one with Megan and them, that was kind of a staged area. So sorry, Rob. Most of the people that I got surprised they didn't like their picture. So we had to change some of those, but,
I took my picture out of the presentation.
yeah.
It looked like something from the sixties. It was really,
Oh,
it came out really, really strange, but we'll send it to you for fun.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Well,
We'll send it to you.
because it was on the balcony, so we were outside, so we took it through the glare of the window, so it kind of had some special
Like I
effects
was on
on it.
another planet.
That's good, don't you think?
Yeah.
The shining.
Yeah. So of course, he called Dwayne like that. He did not expect that. Nor did Hunter. So anyway,
You picked up the phone there?
oh, that's Elisa. Yeah, she was picked up the phone. She was staged a little bit there, thinking that's why. There was 2 pictures of her too. So. And then over in the business office, and we got another one of Rob. But they were working and some of these were staged a little bit, but some were not. So kind of more informal. And so this was a fun part of it. But you kind of see the different changes in the work environment we're experiencing. So we're growing into the place and making sure it works for everybody. So I think that's the last one on the admin. I think we're still looking around October 1st for the remainder of Area B. So we'll still continue with that. Biggest issue, it won't be the furniture so much, it'll just be the punch items. So that's the largest group we have. So I would rather our group get all those punch items done as much as we can before we have to go intermingle. So, and I'm sure they'll appreciate in the end us getting out of their way. Eagle Mountain High School, we got some drone shots. So we're going to focus on the main part of the building, or it's not the academic wing. This is where you see the CMU block. That is the band hall area. Band hall, choir, percussion. It has a little bit of food lab on that slab, but you don't see any of the CMU bricks up on that area. The area that is yellow, that is probably half of the fine arts. That's the entrance, the restrooms, and some of the seating. And so that slab was poured last week. So we beat the rain on that one. So they just continue to build, make the grade beams. They get the slab pours. Then they come in with the whatever walls need to go up into that area. On the far right, that is with the crane. That is the main academic area. So it's split level. So it's 2 levels plus a half. So they're working into that hill, and so there's going to be classrooms to the south, away from the road, and then it kind of slopes down, similar to the admin structure. It's built into that hill. Okay, this is closest to us. This is the stadium, but that is the visitor bleachers where it looks like you see the 2 tractors there, the graders pushing. And I believe on the main pad that's over there where the dressing rooms are located, they've drilled all those piers. And they were going to start this week on the visitor side, putting those piers in, but it probably will be delayed a couple of days. But you can see where it's flat. That is where the main playing field is located. Then they'll move to the home side. That work. Elementary 18 just did another drone shot because it's hard to get up close to what they're doing right at this time. So that is the area by the cafeteria, the kitchen, and a little bit of the gym, I believe. And so that was about a week and a half ago. Now they have the 2 academic areas would look just like that. And currently the area where you see that has the different colored soil, they have drilled all the piers and they've started grade beams on that. So they're moving right along on that project.
They're on time. Elementary 18 is.
Right now, it's really, the steel comes at a certain date. And as long as we stay ahead of that date, we'll be okay. But, you know, it's everything up north is about water. Getting the water, because you have to have it to compact the slab. You need it for the trades. And then we're working with the city of Saginaw. They've helped us because this is right on the border of Saginaw and Fort Worth. So the Fort Worth side, which is the side we're on, you can see where they're starting to build the road, but they have not been released. So we do not have a fire hydrant from the Fort Worth side, but Saginaw has assisted us in helping us get water for that project. So we appreciate what they've done for us. And water is an issue at the high school also. That's all I have for the construction update. Is there any other questions about that?
Do you fly the drone yourself or does somebody else do it?
I have, but not in this case. Somebody else is doing it.
You are drone savvy though? You can do it?
I know that I need to get far enough away like this and go straight up and take it at an angle and let it come straight back down. That's what I've learned. That's why I lost it the first time.
How far away is that?
Oh, I'll imagine it's about 300 yards and probably 125 feet up. Just guessing from my vast experience of using one. But when you start getting above their programs, so you know, depending on if you're in the by an airport, or you're by power lines, or when you're by that bridge going on the railroad, sometimes they won't allow you certain heights and restrictions. It's built into the programming. So.
Question? Okay, then you can move on to the attendance boundary update as well.
Okay. We've taken some input from our meetings and at the high schools that we had, also from the board meeting in July, and we took those suggestions and tried to make them work. And so we've come back with a new proposed attendance zone boundary plan for the 2024-25 school year. The things that I would bring out that are different than what we talked or what the map was before, we've moved the northern boundary instead of Bailey Boswell. We've moved it up to Park Drive as a part of that northern boundary. And then to accommodate that, we had to do some work on the Chisholm Trail boundary. So the north of Park Hill Lane and the Park West Edition, they're currently zoned for Chisholm Trail. We proposed them being in Boswell, but now we moved them back to their home campus to make those numbers balance. And that's kind of where we didn't touch anything on the eastern side of the district there. You know, it's just going to be a little bit tighter, but as you'll see when I show you the numbers, I can come back to this if you want to talk about it, but just kind of show the numbers. You can see after the initial opening that they do level out, and there's a slow growth until all these new homes start. I mean, they're going to have high school kids in those developments, but the ones that started in elementary, they have to work through the system. And that's when you'll see them after 10 years when they get into our grade levels. With this one, I want to, if you look at this one and it says Eagle Mountain High School and you look 21-22 and it has 659 kids and then 740 and then 842. All right, that's all our future kids. That is not, their program doesn't allow Bob's group to pull those out. So it does assign them to the location. So there just could be some confusion between this chart and the one you saw a while ago. So, but the other one was 3 grade levels. And so those will be accurate through 2022, 23, 23, 24. Then they'll change. Look at this one.
So is we're hoping or we're planning that Eagle Mountain area is going to grow more. That for 8 years after the high school opened, when we built it for 2,500, it's got 1,500, 1,600 kids in it. That's just as we sit right now, though, right? It doesn't. Well, it's got the growth in it.
It's got the growth. It's got
about where you had the growth.
It's got about 100 kids in it.
Time back to
a year, about 100 kids a year
Mhm.
or so. What we're seeing on WJ Bowes, I have not seen that up north. I've seen really aggressive building and just a different model and a different builder. But that could happen to us.
bigger lots, I guess.
Oh, they're small lots and they're putting,
Yeah, but here. The ones they're building now,
I think they're both about 50-foot lots,
50.
you know, different size homes. And then we're working with another developer that's right next to our high school site. They'll develop the rest of the Chapel Hill. And so all that'll be, it's all moving forward up to this point. Obviously, it can stop at any time until really they start pulling electrical wires. But we'll have to watch it. I mean, if somewhere that does stop, you know, then we may have to revisit at some later date.
The way it's set up now in Boswell, and I just use UIL classifications, would always be 6A. Chisholm Trail's right between 5A and 6A for the next few times. And then Eagle Mountain High School would start out 4A, and it would take them at least 2 realignments, 4 years to get to 5A Division II. And I don't think they ever get out of that size. And then Saginaw would always stay 5A. They would never get the 6A. Well, they would in 2030. So I relate that to size, I guess, because I understand the UIL size schools 4A, 5A, 6A. So you go back to your projected, back to that slide before, and those future facilities, is that have 2 middle school sites for Eagle Mountain High School?
It has the
So-
one that's right below Eagle Mountain High School, and it has Prairie Vista. So that'll be its 2 dedicated middle schools.
And it looks like there's 8 or 9 future sites. The purple, I had a little trouble distinguishing the purple stars.
The 3 that you see there, one's a middle school site, and there's 2 elementary teacher sites there.
Okay. And there's 2 over there by Saginaw High School.
Well, they look purple, and they look purple, but they want them, you've got the elementary and you have a middle school site right there together. So that middle school site, that's going to be probably, I mean, if we had to make a decision today, that's like middle school 7. But that probably would not be elementary 18
Gotcha.
or 19, whatever. We've already got 18 going.
But the future sites do align with the 2 middle schools per high school.
Yes, on the
Right.
second, yes, on the secondary, we have
We are.
put pure feeder patterns in play.
And that we own right now. That's
And we own them.
okay.
Yes, sir. Elementary, we have the option to move that around along those lines to help maximize our capacity on those schools.
Seems like we're opening it and it'll stay small for about 8 years. That's more y'all than that.
Yeah, but,
Then it would have been bigger. if we would have-
but, yeah, correct me if that was why you had the attendance zones the way you had them, to try to level out the numbers. Is that not what I understood?
Yes, we had.
And then we got the feedback from the public through Let's Talk and the forums, and we
Yeah.
made changes, wanted to look at those changes to see how that would impact.
So there's probably like 3 different little areas you could look at. The one that we started with, which is kind of a blend in the middle, you still might have not have been permanent in some of those areas. They might have had to relook at them 12 to 15 years. But to completely balance them, you know, that area that is on the north side of that blue Boswell would have to go north.
Right.
So that would be more dramatic. And then again, I think you'd still be looking at a future.
But you might have to move it back at some point
Yes.
too, right?
Right.
So we
Yes.
did talk
So we
about
did, right.
preserving, that's been a strategy of ours, preserving
Right.
that feeder pattern. So,
Right.
you know, I mean, that would be a philosophical discussion if we wanted to keep the schools closer to the same size, but move kids more frequently.
I'm not necessarily worried about being the same size. I'm just wondering if our projections are going to fill Eagle Mountain High School at some point. We're building it for 2,500 kids, so.
I don't think we'll have a problem filling 2,500 kids up there.
I think it's just because that's where
Right.
so much of the future.
Right.
And that's something we should,
Right.
But one of the things, Mr. Nuke, we've looked at, also looked at the 10-year elementary projections. And Boswell and this area up north are going to be much larger than the Chisholm and Saginaw. There's got a 10-year projection. And
In 10 years, they're going to be bigger than the north. the
well,
gray
not in
area.
10, but you look at that 15 to 20 year, because if you look at the 10-year elementary plan, then you've got the high school plan, but those high school kids are gone, but those elementary kids,
Yeah.
Moving up.
then it'll progress up, then you have more of them come. You get again, it's a crystal ball, but that was the biggest thing I was worried about is the top getting too large.
the density in that area has been pretty heavy. And that's one of the things that we looked at is and we'll just take the developments off of Bonds Ranch. What was initially asked for by the developers ended up being modified. So less houses, larger lots, probably less density. But those decisions aren't finalized. And there's a whole series of those like that. There's just a lot of question marks up there. When I look at the gray area, I just say a big question mark because a lot of land is locked up but then there's lands that also is being released by people who have owned it for long periods of time. And so what this does is it does create this delay in terms of building out Eagle Mountain High School, but also knowing, and we've been trying to be public about this, just so people are clear, that if we look 5-6 years out and we see it not growing like we think it probably end up will, we may have to go back and change an attendance boundary at that time. But if we do it now, we may have to do it again down the road, and that's really the concern. I don't like opening a school that's designed for over 2,000 kids and opening it up with about 1,000. But moving people back and forth was going to be the alternative.
Yeah, that's not fair.
And if we hadn't have opened Eagle Mountain High School, you got to look at how many we'd had to do some major renovation additions to all 3 of our high schools. I mean, that would have been a major deal to accommodate even the 1,700 that are going to be there in 3031. That would have been nearly 600 extra kids at each high school. And that would have been, I mean, I don't know how much that would cost, but that would be quite a feat to do that in all 3 schools. That'd be some big additions.
That ultimately you might not need in the end, because the capacity will be right when we get there. Other comments or questions?
So I just would say this, when you look at this 3031 and you start to see the yellow, and you got Boswell will be there too. So at some point, when you're 4 years out, it'll tell a different story. It'll be more details, but at that time, if those renovations where we need to tweak something, or Saginaw's cafeteria needs to be larger, we'd have time to, program that into it. Because it'll start telling a tale.
Yeah, I think
It makes sense.
so.
No, go ahead.
I did want to thank Mr. Welch and Ms. Silverman and everybody involved with this process. It is a process, and it's a very emotional process because you build a home thinking where your children are going to go to school. And we know we received a lot of very valuable input to the process and a lot of discussions, and we feel like we came back with something that is going to, again, address those concerns that came up, which were very understandable, but also be able to address our future growth needs. But understanding this, what we've told everybody, in the future, we may have to make an adjustment, but we would wait until that time to be able to make it. But I thought the process really worked well, but it's not without angst for people that think, this is not a decision that's good for them. I think probably as this gets clear, as we get closer, the shifts between Chisholm Trail, Saginaw, and Boswell will become more clear. That information's been put out there. And so that's something that we may hear about. And that's understandable as we get closer to 2024.
And I'm proud of us for listening. I mean, that's what we told the
Right.
committee we were going to do, and that is what we did. So kudos on that.
That'll come back next month as an action item.
Yes,
We're gonna go ahead and get it. That's-
Yes, sir. And unless the board opposes, I would put that in consent unless there's a desire to put that in action. But okay. And if there's a desire later from any board member that they would like to discuss, just let us know and we'll put it back into action.
Bob, thank you for your group helping with this. Dwayne, he helped tremendously on this. So it's a lot of people that put their time in to pull this off. So appreciate their help.
Moving on, summer maintenance update, Mr. McWhorter.
Good evening, President Raines, Dr. Chadwell, distinguished board members. I'd like to start off real quick to introduce some of the new leadership team in the maintenance department. Starting out with our 3 operations supervisors. First is Aaron Hardesty. Aaron was born and raised in Fort Worth, Texas, and attended all 12 years of school at Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD. He began his career in the maintenance department at EMS ISD in 2020. He's worked in general maintenance, plumbing, served as an interim maintenance supervisor, interim custodial supervisor, and has now been promoted to operations supervisor. Aaron and his wife Jill have two sons, Logan and Sawyer. He enjoys DIY projects, working in the yard and traveling. And prior to working for the school district, Aaron was an architect for 16 years. And Aaron's excited for this new opportunity as operations supervisor for EMS ISD. Next is Jared Bryant. Jared's been promoted to operations supervisor as well. Prior to this new position, he served as a plumbing supervisor for EMS ISD for 2 years. Jared is a master plumber, has 18 years of plumbing construction experience, and spent 2 years in Fort Collins, Colorado as superintendent for a plumbing company. Jared was born and raised in Texas, married to Lisa Bryant, also a district employee. They share 4 children, Allison, Logan, Maddox, and Kinley, and 1 grandchild, Aurelia. In their free time, they enjoy spending time together as a family, game nights, movies, family meals, and relaxing at the pool during the summer. Next, we have Jim Howard. Jim's been working for the district as general maintenance technician since 2015, before becoming the general maintenance supervisor in 2020. Jim's been married to his wife, Sandy, who's also here, since 1987, and they have 2 children who graduated from Boswell High School, TK and Chris. During his free time, Jim serves as the district as a sports broadcaster and announcer since 2006. And lastly, Michael Dean. Michael's new to EMS ISD. He's our new custodial supervisor. He was born in Louisiana and moved to Texas in 1999. He's been in the custodial industry since 2004, most recently at Dallas ISD as a custodial supervisor for the last 6 years. Michael and his wife have been married for almost 11 years and have 4 daughters and 1 son. In his spare time, he enjoys coaching his daughter's 14U softball team. He loves sports in general and says the Dallas Cowboys and LSU Tigers are his favorite teams. We're working on getting him to be a University of Texas fan. So I'm proud of all these guys. I'm proud to be part of the team. So with that said, we'll move on to the summer maintenance update. Starting with Boswell High School, this is the before and after of the updated Marty Medellin Memorial. You see the top there, the before and the after. Halfley Development Center, we repaired the broken concrete in the main parking lot.
Just for a second, go
Yes.
back to the Medellin Memorial. It's kind of hard to tell from the picture, but those are metal panels that have a matted finish. And what we ran into as a problem there is every time we would do a new name, it could crumble. It was very hard. You can see some of the discoloration because trying to recolor the inside of letters was really difficult. So we went with this other option. This other option will also allow us to put names on much more quickly. Versus it was a 6 to 9 month lead time, and now this will be weeks. And so I think several of you were involved with this process. It was like a art project, and y'all did a great job putting it together. I think we'll be very proud of that. And we will have the memorial program in November again this year. Thank you.
Saginaw High School, this is on the west side of the campus, kind of facing the stadium. We installed the sidewalk there because there was a lot of foot traffic there and it was muddy and causing problems. So we installed the sidewalk there. This is repaired flat work by the turf building. Again, a before and after. Here at Chisholm Trail, we replaced some damaged fencing around the batting cages. The fabric was damaged, so we redid that. Also painted the marquee in front of the school, the before and after there. And also not listed, or I don't have a picture, replaced 100 feet of damaged fencing also at the baseball complex. Remington Point, removed a brick column and replaced it with the handrail. It was problematic. Deliveries were delivering there and they hit that brick column numerous times. So we replaced that with a handrail. Eagle Mountain Elementary School, the before and after. So it's kind of hard to see. That's actually two separate pictures on the top and two on the bottom. The before on the top left is in a classroom. And it was neat to see them inject that slab and raise it up. Actually, Aaron did a time lapse and you could just see it closing as they injected it. So, and then there in the hallway on the bottom left and right, it was very interesting to see them be able to raise the entire school. Here at the HCTC, it's kind of hard to see. Upgraded the landscape beds there in front of the building, the before on the left and the after. It's kind of off in the distance closer towards the building. And this is just several, I took pictures of several campuses that we painted exterior doors and handrails. This is High Country Elementary School before and after. And then Highland Middle School, some exterior doors before and after as well. Chisholm Ridge Elementary School, we restriped the parking lots to include spaces, crosswalks, and fire lanes. And this was at numerous campuses. This was just an example of one. And then at the high schools, installed complex, at the athletic complexes, installed heaters and mini splits. Hopefully this will help if we have another freeze with the heaters.
May comment on this one, as we know, we've had an issue with having to turn the water off proactively during freezes, but we're still having ball games, and which presents a challenge. This should address that, along with any of you have worked concession stands. I know Ms. Reams worked concession stands just a few times, and so hopefully that will address that in that area. And this was a project that we did through the priority fund that we include as part of our budget every year. And so we identified that project working with the athletic department. So thank y'all for doing this. It's kind of been long in coming, so appreciate it.
And then at numerous campuses, inspected the playgrounds and replaced the fall material. It's kind of hard to see in the picture, but the after, that's the new fall material, and kind of cleaned up a little bit. And it looked really good when we got done. And I didn't have slides or pictures of these things, but other projects that we completed at various campuses were inspected elevators, fire extinguishers inspected and serviced, kitchen hoods inspected, grease traps pumped, natural gas tested, backflows tested, and then also tested the fire alarms. And then the 2021 winter storm repairs on multiple campuses, I showed it at 95%. Actually, that'll be 100% as of hopefully next Monday. All we had left was the HCTC, the cosmetology area. We were waiting on flooring, and we got that flooring in. It's getting acclimatized right now, and they'll do that, finish that up on Sunday. And then remediation of unsatisfactory work performed by contractors for the 2021 freeze. We completed interior plumbing insulation that wasn't initially done when they repaired the piping, went back in, insulated those pipes, and got all the work done. So any questions?
Thank you.
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Kidd, we're going to try to sneak you in quick. Do you have a short one for us? Bond project update? Well, you want me to wait and have you come back at 7?
I'm here all night. It's not mine. Good evening, Dr.
Chadwell, President Ring, members of the board. So quickly, before we get on to this exciting piece, just to update a little bit on our piggyback on Cleat and Eagle Mountain High School, just some fun construction facts. There is 2,000 tons of steel planned for that project. 433 tons will start coming September 1st to be installed in the curriculum wing. There are over 1,800 piers and 2,155 have been completed. As Cleet mentioned, all of the academic and athletics and field house wing. This week, Wednesday, there will be 80 truckloads of CMU block being delivered, which is 60,000 blocks that will be going into the field house to be installed on the field house. So there's a lot of great things happening there, and it's happening fast. So the 2017 bond projects update. This will be touching on phase 2 and phase 3 items. Part of phase 2 is completion of some fencing that's going to take place at Willow Creek Elementary and at Lake Point Elementary. As you can see, the construction is taking place at Willow Creek. This project at Willow Creek should be complete by September 1st. Lake Point will probably extend about a week behind that due to the weather today. This is also part of the phase 2 work, and this is the sidewalk on Bowman Roberts Road that supports Boswell High School on the west side of the campus coming from the south, and those additions at Boswell Ranch Estates and at Lake Vista subdivision.
That goes to the end of our property.
It does go to the end of our property. We also, in the phase 3 part, we had some floor replacement work, and that floor replacement work was carpet at Hafley Development Center, which is with the new district standard for carpet. And we also had Bryson Elementary School. This was not part of the bond work. It's something that we managed, and this was the replacement of the gym floor due to some unforeseen conditions with a lot of moisture leaking up through that slab was creating some issues with the floor and it bubbling. So only thing that we could do to mitigate it was to replace it with a better product. And we were able to sneak that in right before the kids, actually right before their meet the teacher night. Thank you also to Mr. Daltrey and Mrs. Daltrey. They did some dusting as this was finished to get this project completed and presentable. This is Watson High School, who also had all of their carpet replaced. And those are the slides that I have for you to expand on the rest of the phase 3 projects, or excuse me, the phase 2 projects. Wrestling mats at Saginaw High School. I've been reporting on this since April of 21. We still don't have them. So we finally switched vendors to a vendor that said that they could get them. They are in the process now of finalizing some artwork with the campus, and we expect those to be in place by December of this year. Phase 3 work, mechanical equipment. You approved a contract with Dallas Mechanical Group in May for the replacement of rooftop units at Chisholm Ridge, at Greenfield, at High Country, at Remington Point. These units serve the administration offices and the kitchen. The equipment is tracking to arrive in early November and is scheduled for installation over the Thanksgiving break. Watson High School has multiple mini split systems or split systems that are at that campus. We're in the process of getting quotes and lead times for this equipment, and the installation will be completed by our HVAC technicians. Once the units are received, we establish a scheduled date for replacement. Rooftop unit and roof replacement project. The board approved the method of procurement for this project as construction manager at risk due to the coordination of roofing and mechanical groups. This construction manager at risk will be brought to you as an action item tonight as far as the contractor. The campuses included in this scope are Eagle Mountain Elementary, Highland Middle School, Boswell High School, Saginaw Elementary, and Saginaw High School. Then we have rooftop replacements. Reed Wells and Bitson, which is RWB's professional engineer that is evaluating these projects and will develop specification for scope of work and
created an RFP to advertise. We are coordinating with purchasing for the schedule to receive proposals and award a contract. The campuses covered in this project will be Saginaw High School, Creekview Middle School, and Halfley Development Center. Additional floor projects that we had this summer was the replacement of all the VCT at Lake Country Elementary School. It's a new elementary school. We know there was a manufacturer defect, so we decided to this summer to replace it all. And so it was all completed and replaced. It's the same tiles, it's the same colors, and it's the same design. Sound systems. Remington Point Elementary is their sound system in their cafeteria. Boswell High School sound system in their gym. Saginaw High School sound system in the gym and the auditorium. All systems at these campuses are currently working and provide the necessary function to support all the activities. We were able to receive and install a new mixer board to control the auditorium system at Saginaw High School. This will be an upgrade and enhance their capabilities. Due to escalation of cost and lack of availability of AV and sound equipment, we do not have a recommendation for replacement of existing systems at this time at those other campuses. Renovation work. The District Agricultural Science Facility, RWB, is evaluating this facility as well for improvements for the lighting and venting. We expect they will complete evaluation by the end of September. At that time, they will provide direction for electrical upgrades and equipment and fixtures to improve the facility. The district will purchase needed equipment of the fixtures and equipment, and district maintenance technicians will install all items. We plan to schedule installation in late fall. Turf replacement. We completed 2 projects this summer, Chisholm Trail High School and Saginaw High School, their competition football fields, including new goalposts at each stadium and new sideline benches for Saginaw High School. Marquee replacement. Saginaw High School is due for a marquee replacement in the 2017 bond. We have received quotes for that. We have submitted a PO. We're finalizing artwork on that one. We expect that that could be installed as early as January of 23. And the last item I have is construction. I am happy to announce that Boswell High School, we are through with construction. We are finally finishing up a few punch list items and a few warranty items. And then Chisholm Trail High School, the retaining wall that was at the back of their baseball practice field. All that work was completed with irrigation and a new structurally sound wall. And that completes my update. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Well, as always, you know, Billy, Tom, Dwayne, and all your guys that and gals that help you do all this stuff. This is what makes our school district set apart from everybody else's, is the updates and the things that y'all do on a regular basis. And we appreciate it up here, and just keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention, obviously, my right-hand man, Hunter Lee, our construction manager, and his knowledge and his determination also to help execute all these things. Thank you very much.
Okay, it is currently 6:08 p.m. on August 22nd, 2022. The board will now recess for dinner and reconvene in a closed meeting pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Section 551.071 for the purpose of private consultation with the board's attorney and all subjects and matters authorized by law. Section 551.072 for the purpose of deliberating the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551.074 for the purpose of deliberating the appointment, employment, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. And that also will include a discussion of superintendent goals this evening. Section 551.075 for the purpose of deliberations regarding deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel or devices or security offices, and that does include a safety and security update this evening. Section 551.082, considering the discipline of a public school child or complaint or charge against personnel, and section 551.0821, discussion to discuss specifically personal identifying information about a student.
2 guinea pigs, and 2 dogs. She likes playing with her dolls and enjoys being at Elkins this year. And then we have Ryan Olson. Ryan is here with Mom Shannon and Mr. Michael Olson. Ryan is a kindergartner. She loves to play with Legos and enjoys painting and drawing. Her favorite color is blue. She plays softball and her favorite position is third base. So if you can please now go.
The United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the census life, with allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
You, Elkins. Next up, I believe we have some special introductions. First, Dr. Gamel from Human Resources.
Good evening, Dr. Chadwell, President Ring, and Board of Trustees. It is my honor tonight to introduce to you 2 new members to the Human Resources Department. I am humbled to be allowed to work with these extraordinary leaders. So I'm going to start with our new Director of Human Resources, Mr. Chris Mogan. Mr. Chris Mogan joined the Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD Human Resources Department during the 2021-2022 school year as the Assistant Director for Human Resources. Mr. Mogan is entering his 24th year in public education. Prior to joining EMS ISD, he previously served in Decatur ISD as the Director of Academic Learning and Student Services. Mr. Mogan has also served as a high school principal in Decatur ISD, Sherman ISD, and Frisco ISD. He has 16 years of combined campus and district administrative experience and 7 years as a secondary teacher and coach. He grew up in Plano, graduated from Plano Senior High School, and attended college at Oklahoma Baptist University for his undergrad and the University of North Texas, earning his master's degree in education administration. Mr. Mogan is married to his wife, Christine, who is also a high school counselor. Their daughter Bailey is currently in high school and their son Hunter is in middle school. In his spare time, Chris enjoys spending time with his family on the lake, camping, hunting, fishing, and golfing. Chris is humbled and honored to continue to serve the district in his new role. So welcome. We have another new member to our department, another familiar face to EMS ISD. Dr. Cheney Curran is joining us as our Assistant Director for Human Resources. Dr. Cheney Curran grew up in Denison and graduated from Austin College in Sherman. She began her teaching career in Sherman ISD in 2004, while completing her graduate degree from Southeastern Oklahoma State University in 2006. Dr. Curran arrived in EMS ISD in 2009 to serve as a district-wide K-12 administrative intern. In 2010, Dr. Curran was selected to open Willow Creek Elementary as an assistant principal. Shortly thereafter, in 2013, she accepted the role as the assistant principal at Remington Point. And in 2014, Dr. Curran was named the campus principal. During her time at Remington Point, She led the campus to be recognized by the International Center for Leadership in Education as a model school. Dr. Curran completed her doctoral degree from the University of North Texas in 2014. Dr. Curran is proud to continue to carry the torch for the district in her new role. She has been married to her husband, Scott, for 14 years, and they have a baby in the family by the name of Duchess. This is her horse with a larger-than-life personality, and in her free time, Dr. Curran can be found at the barn with Duchess, jumping around in the arena. And we are honored to have her serve alongside us in our Human Resources Department.
Mr. Welch in Finance Department, please.
Well, following Dr. Gamel, I too can say that we are very excited to have the most recent addition to the Finance Department here tonight to introduce, and that is Ms. Michelle Davis will come join us as our Assistant Director of Payroll. Mrs. Michelle Davis comes to EMS ISD from Aledo ISD, where she served as the Payroll and Benefits Coordinator for the last 12 years. She brings 27 years of overall school payroll experience. Ms. Davis earned her bachelor's degree from Texas Tech University prior to beginning her career. And when not at work, she enjoys time with her husband, Dennis, and traveling to visit her adult son, Ty, and daughter, Erin. Ms. Davis joined our payroll team at the beginning of July, and again, we are very excited to have her part of the EMS ISD family.
Have Chief Ramirez, see some introductions first as well.
Okay, great. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Chadwell, it's my pleasure to introduce three, but only two were able to attend today, new additions to our police department. I'd like to bring up Lieutenant or Sergeant John Grady and Sergeant Gary Reynolds. So the person that couldn't be here because of family issues is going to be Ronnie Potts. He's a captain. He has over 35 years of experience, including after 9/11, he decided that it was his duty to become an air marshal. And he did that for several years, 7 years. His background includes SWAT operations, Homeland Security. He also served as a high school teacher in Irving ISD. And bring Captain Potts on board with his experience was an easy selection for us. Now, these two gentlemen just standing next to me, I consider them mentors, actually, and friends. Sergeant John Grady, he was actually a lieutenant with the Fort Worth Police Department, retired after 30 years. He supervised mounted patrol, he commanded internal affairs, criminal investigation, and he was actually over the SROs for a long period of time. Luckily, I've known John for a long time. Matter of fact, the first time I met him, when I was a rookie police officer, he was a sergeant over the shift, and I got into a pursuit that he didn't think I should have got into, and he let me know about it. And so that's how and so ever since then, we've been really good friends. And towards my end of my career as a deputy chief with the police department, John was kind enough to work with me as my admin lieutenant in that office before he retired. Again, he spent the last 7 years at Mineral Wells PD, where he did the SRO roles in the schools. I'm really excited about John because he brings a lot of passion to what he does. And talking to John, he explains to me where he worked at elementary school. He has 500 grandchildren of his own. John is actually married to a retired Fort Worth police officer. His son is a police officer currently, Harley Grady. John loves horses. He loves hunting. He loves everything outdoors. And like I said, he's just an excellent addition and a great man that we're going to have. Thank you, John. Gary Reynolds is, again, probably one of the most intelligent men I've met in a long time. He was actually, his last stint was a lieutenant over the CID section in West Division, which is our criminal investigation division. So he brings a lot of experience when it comes to investigating crimes. We actually had the opportunity as rookies coming out working midnight shift on the north side So we answered a lot of calls together and had a lot of fights in the stockyards together. So that's where we met him. So when I saw him at a football game, because his daughter actually graduated from one of our schools, Chisholm, he had told me he was getting ready to retire, and I knew he would be perfect for one of our sergeant position. He's lived in the district for 17 years, and I know he's excited to be here as one of our sergeants. So again, I want to welcome Gary Reynolds aboard.
Education policy.
President Ring, Dr. Chadwell, and Board of Trustees. First of all, I would just like to say that it is a true blessing to lead the elementary team. They lead every day with love. And so I'm very happy to introduce to you our next leader for this team, the new principal of Remington Point Elementary School, Ms. Claire Compton. We're so excited to have Claire in this new role. She has served as the assistant principal at both Copper Creek and Northbrook. She has 12 years in education, 8 years as an assistant principal. She has 2 degrees, one from A&M. I have to give you the points, right? You gotta do that. And also her master's from the University of Texas. She is married. And she has a lovely daughter who is 4 years old, and I believe you have a puppy, right?
Yes.
Yes, puppy, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes.
We're very happy to have her. Thank you.
That concludes our introductions. So you are welcome to stay, but if you were just here for the fun stuff, now is a good time to sneak out because we're going to go back and do several reports that we didn't get to in the 5 o'clock session. Mr. Welch, if you want to make your way back to the podium, starting with the budget update.
Good evening, trustees, President Page, Dr. Shadwell. We bring to you tonight a brief update in regards to our, on the finance side of the world. We'll talk real briefly our budget timeline as we have come to a long process that has brought us to tonight with the presentation of our proposed budget and for adoption as well as our tax rate. And we will briefly look at the proposed budget and also look at the update on our issuance of our 2022 school building bonds that we just recently completed. Going back to the same thing we looked at in July, revenue assumptions as well as key expenditure assumptions. But I will touch base. We'll have a little more information on the insurance item. I did show that we saw a property insurance increase of 1.4 million from last year to this year. We had money in the budget. Looks like we're going to have a net adjustment of about $1 million to our proposed budget because of the significant change in property and casualty insurance. Again, going back to property values and tax rate from our previous discussions, we do have our maintenance and operations tax rate is expected to decrease by 2.29 cents, and our interest and sinking tax rate will remain level at 50 cents. So an overall decrease to the tax rate of 2.29 cents going into next year. And just to clarify, we do have an adjustment from compressed tax rates with the state formula. And so when the state is, that compressed formula brings us down 2.29 cents, but the state funding formula makes up that difference in that decrease in property tax collections. Again, looking at the proposed budget on the expenditure side, it does include the compensation plan with 3% raise for all employees. as well as all our staffing plans that were approved in the spring. And again, we've made the adjustment for the property and casualty insurance. And so if I bring us over to our proposed budget model here, we have our general fund with, again, similar to what we looked at before, revenues total 225 million plus then our on the general fund side, and then expenditures at 232 million. You see the $6.7 million difference there. As we discussed before, in the current year, we're going to be utilizing some ESSER funds for some pre-award costs that will go into the current 21-22 budget and will be realized in this year. We'll go into fund balance, and then we'll have to pull those funds back out to bridge some of this gap here in the 6.7 million. The tune of $5.8 million is what those pre-award costs will account for out of the ESSER funds. And so then the difference there, as we just alluded to, that $1 million difference in the property and casualty insurance. Going back over to Child Nutrition Fund, our proposed revenues are just under 12 million, with total expenditures at $12,289,218 for a net expenditure of $319,628. We'll discuss in the budget amendment for the current year. We've had a surplus based on all the additional federal revenue that came in during the last year, and combine that with going into next year, we're holding prices the same. And so we will see now, we'll utilize a little bit of that savings that we had in the prior year as we go into next year. Then go back to the debt service fund. This is, again, revenues, 71.5 million, along with expenditures, 71.5 million for a net of 0. So if we look at a comparison from prior year to current year, I just want to touch on a little difference that we saw in the instruction. And when it comes to instruction, one of the things that we're having to adjust for is GASB 87, which is a new accounting standard that we're having to implement. And one of the impacts of that is it's moving money that we've spent on things operationally for instruction in regards to leases for computers, copier equipment, and things, items that typically we would charge into function 11. Those dollars are getting now moved into debt service in function 71. And so we're showing that as an implementation in the 21-22 school year, which is not reflected in this number that you see in front of you in 21-22, because that's on tonight's budget amendment. And for the notice purposes, we use the current revised budget. So when we look here, it looks like our expenditures per pupil in instruction are decreasing, but the reality is that's all from moving those leases to function 71, which is debt service, which does not tie to instruction whatsoever. So just want to point that out, that there is not really a decrease there in how we're serving our students. And then again, just wanted to provide this information and highlight that change that is coming with changes in accounting standards. So as we look from one year to the next. There are not any questions regarding the current proposed budget and where we're going with the 2022-23 budget. I'll move on to the debt service.
Questions?
Yeah, I just want to, the insurance is in function 51, right?
Yes, sir.
51,
it is.
okay.
Function 51, plant maintenance and operations. So there is that adjustment, as well as you can see here, going from 23 to 25. You can see those adjustments, as well as cost for utilities and other things as
You had previously forecast that a $400,000 increase, and it's going to be closer to $1 million, right?
That is correct. Yes. Yeah. So we, following our recent trends, 400,000 was kind of where we've been trending. And then obviously we saw some significant changes with replacement costs and other things that have really moved us in the market, as well as other entities in dealing with the same situation. So. And then I can take us back to our debt service budget real quick. Just a reminder that we were able to issue bonds last week after the board's action at the prior meeting. And it was a very successful sale. We issued the entire $198 million we had remaining in authorization. And that enabled us to lock in some savings because of, as we've seen the market move in anticipation, that actually we were able to sell at a total interest cost of 3.76%. Our original projection was about 4.23 or 4.25, somewhere right in there. So this will end up saving the district off of that original projection about $25 million in total payments across the life of those bonds. And so it was very successful. And again, there's no remaining authorization at this point, and we'll use these funds to continue and finish out the projects that we have in the schedule for the 2017 bond program.
The bond payment on that's already, it was passed in August, but it's already included in the budget that you're proposing tonight.
Yes, sir. We put an estimate in determining that the debt service budget for 2022, 2023. So thank you. And with that, we have no questions. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer any. If there are no questions, I'll be move us.
You want to move on then to the budget amendment for 2021, 2022?
So in your book, beginning on page 76, we provided the budget amendment in a similar format as we have in the past. First part of the amendment shows the actual changes that we are making by the actual group or the related transactions that are driving the change. And then the second part of the report, we show what the amended budget looks like in the format that we're used to looking at revenues and expenditures. But if you look at, again, page 76, in the general fund, we had some adjustments in the in tax collections as we move some items, to our end of year projections based off where we are right now. We had some decreases, but we also had some increases based off of just delinquencies, taxes going up as people have moved from current into delinquent. And so we saw an increase in that this year, as well as moving some vehicle inventory tax. We scroll down, some of the larger adjustments. State aid was an additional $717,000, and then the shift between those two categories. And then just general increased activity in several areas with both the revenue and offsetting in expenditures with maintenance and contracted services between schools, which is going back to some Chapter 41 days that were some settle up payments for changes in prior years. Again, talking about ESSER, the additional pre-award cost, we added those additional amounts into the budget here, and that's that revenue of right about 3.7 to bring us to the 5.7 level or 5.8 level. Had the expense for chillers that was unplanned, and then we had some adjustments for our Medicare. And scrolling on down, the biggest adjustment is we always have to make an adjustment for our August payroll based on what happens with the next school year. that comes back and impacts the current school year. So that's an adjustment that we have to make each summer. So rolling over to,
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yes,
before you do
absolutely.
that? What's the 810,000 miscellaneous under tax? The big number under miscellaneous,
under miscellaneous up at the top
top
up
under
here.
tax?
So that is vehicle inventory tax. And so that number will vary from year to year. But it's a surplus amount that comes back to the district. And so that ends up, while it's taxes, the proper classification for that is down in miscellaneous. And so so that's where we've moved that number into miscellaneous, and it's $810,000.
Also, I have a question about ESSER. Will we get these grant proceeds next year also, or is this the end of it?
So we still have some funds remaining in ESSER that in schedule for the next year to utilize. We haven't exhausted all of our ESSER funds yet. In the next 22-23 year, we actually will have some positions that are coded directly to ESSER during the year. And those are not reflected here, but because they're outside of the general fund. And then the following year, we'll still have some of those funds available. But as far as what's going to impact the general fund, this is the max that will actually, that we'll see in the way of impact on the general fund. And it's all because those happen, they're pre-award costs. They happened before ESSER went into effect, and we were able to, therefore they came out, the expenses came out of general fund, so the revenues come back into general fund.
Thank you.
And then, as I mentioned, GASB 87 provided some additional changes, and that's where we're showing this in the lease fund. There's proceeds of all of the computers, everything that existed as of 9/1 in the district that were operating leases before, and that just basically is like paying rent for items. Now they have to be a debt transaction with principal and interest and the value of an asset. So we've spent a lot of time this year getting everything moved over to this new accounting style with amortization tables and everything else. And so that's part of what the lease fund captures here. You can see the net effect at the bottom of it is actually zero, but it's an additional level of accounting that we have to show both some revenues and both the revenues and the expenditures with that new accounting standard placed upon us. Even though they're operating items and would typically be rent, they have debt related to the debt in the way of principal and interest. And so they're, like I said, we've isolated that part of the transaction over here in the lease fund and make that update. We move on to the page. That is page 78. You can see what the total impact. We've shown the original budget, approved amendments, proposed transfers, and amended budget. And we scroll down, our total revenue, amended revenue is $222 million. We show the additional amounts in here at that 3.6 million with ESSER coming into federal. And overall, like I said, we're down to the 222.5 million on revenues. On the expenditure side, we have total expenditures of 222 million. We're sitting at about a $1.8 million surplus right now as far as projection, but we know we will have savings throughout the budget, various line items that will add up to what we believe will target out about a $3 million increase to fund balance when it's all said and done. But right now, obviously, this is our budget, and we're So I'd say our ending fund balance here is projected at 63 million. Lease fund has zero impact. Again, it's just in and out, and it's just provided there for transparency and isolation of the money's netting in and netting out. On child nutrition side, we have a budget amendment. Again, as I alluded to, a significant increase in the federal revenues for the year. Along with that would be expenses. And then, so total, if we, total net difference would be $532,000 actual decrease to or increase fund balance there with that. We go to debt service. Again, no real changes there other than to adjust for our end of year projections for revenue. And we have about $1.6 million change there. We go to the actual report of the amended budget, projected amended budget for child nutrition on page, that is on page 81. You can see that the net balance at the end is we're looking at about a $2.6 million increase to fund balance with, again, federal revenues up, free meals, lots of participation. The meal reimbursement cost was up for last year as well. And then we had challenges in being able to hire staff, so our expenditures were actually a little bit lower. And so we have an increase to our fund balance there, but as we talked about with the proposed budget, we're going to spend that back down a little bit because we do have a requirement. There is a cap on what we can keep in that child nutrition fund balance. So we have a strategic plan to decrease that fund balance level back down. And then finally, as the budget amendment is the debt service fund, and that is on page 82. You can see where our we have an increase of 1.7 million coming into fund balance at the end of the year is our projection. That brings our fund balance to about 12 million. That's actually, that gives us a lot of comfort in being able to go ahead and issue the entire remaining authorization of the 2017 program during this time, like we just recently did, to lock in those savings. If we, if our fund balance wasn't a strong, healthy amount, then that might have been, a different consideration. We may not have the confidence to move forward to go ahead and issue that full amount, and therefore we would forego some potential savings. So this was actually a very good move to help us move forward with locking in some savings for our taxpayers on the issuance of bonds with the recent issuance. So that concludes the information we have for the budget amendment tonight. If there's any questions or additional questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Rob, the cost of issuing that bond, just so in August, that'll hit the August budget, whatever that cost of the bond issue.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
And would reduce that fund balance some, and whatever that.
It will.
Okay.
It will. Again, their projections budget, but it is in the budget to cover that cost of issuance. We did have that planned.
Any other questions? Then I guess if you want to move on to the property and casualty insurance policy.
Sure. The, so we can move on to property and casualty. So in your in board book, I provide some background information on property and casualty. There's several components to that entire policy. The most significant of that is property, but there's also all the liability coverages for general liability, business auto, equipment breakdown, law enforcement liability, educators liability, crime, and the cyber liability policies. And so we saw that package separate of property increase about $80,000 over the prior year, which is less than 300. We're up to about the 300. We were about 220,000 before. We're up to about $300,000 now in that particular policy range, or those groups of policies. In the property side, that's where we saw some significant increases over what we were projecting, and that's as a result of what we're all seeing in the way of inflation, especially when it comes to building cost. And so that's impacted us significantly as the cost of replacing buildings and facilities throughout the district. That cost has elevated significantly, and therefore has created a significant amount of additional exposure for the district and for carriers to consider. And so that is where we are seeing and what's driving our increase. And so we moved from a little over $2 million for the property component before to just to $3,379,000 and some change for this policy. We provided in the board book, we provide some options that we have looked at to see if there are options to adjust deductibles or even policy limits to adjust that premium. And at this point, if there's any questions about those, I'd be happy to answer them. It did not look like those provided a significant value in savings. And so our recommendation is to keep the base policy as it is. And then we also added in, there's some additional coverages that we have looked at as well. And there's a recommendation to add an assailant coverage at option 2 that's in the proposal as well.
Questions on that? This is an action item tonight, so if anybody needed any clarification before.
So the recommendation is to leave the limit on the policy at 400 million.
Yes, sir.
The other option was 500 million.
Yes, sir. And I've got a revised estimate on what that would cost to go from 400 million to 500 million. It is just over $79,000 just to go from a 400 million policy limit to 500 million. That's of consideration.
Instead of 150 that's in the book, it's now 79. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. So I know there's what would moving the deductible do for us if we went from a 2% to a 3%? I did a quick little exercise of if we were to have a wind or hail event that typically would not hit just one campus, that would hit multiple campuses. So if I had 2 elementaries, a middle school and a high school in that mix, the cost to repair those roofs would be about $13 million. The deductible at 2% on those valuations on those particular campuses would be about $8.4 million. At 2%, it'd be $12.6 million at 3%. So there's about that $4 million additional exposure in that scenario. And so that's one of those things that so then when we look at was it cost or was it savings going from 2% to 3%? That was a minimal compared to the 4 million. It was only going to provide a savings of $75,000. And just in that scenario with four campuses as a $4 million additional exposure. So a wind and hail event, if it hits 6, 7, or 8, you can only just see where that would be even more significant of additional exposure. So my recommendation would be to stay at the 2% level.
One reason Mr. Welch put these in is just to give a sense of what would happen if we did modify the policy and try to put into some savings. But as he's stating, it has some negative consequences as well. So we stand by our recommendation to leave the policy as is with the addition of option 2 for a settlement policy. Although we're willing to make any adjustments that we just like the exposure may not be worth the expense, the savings in that area. We did state that next year we will come in July to maybe go over some more of these things in detail. We won't always have numbers to tie to it, but at least to give some sense of this as we come into this, because it's a lot to take in. This is the bulk of our packet tonight is this policy.
We want to, the insurance there is to offset the risk of
Correct.
having to go into fund balance or not being able to afford to fix it. So
Yes.
it is catastrophic. So we're feeling the 400 million is still enough. That's the only one of those. I don't think the savings on the rest of them justifies the increase, but I don't have a good feel for the 400 to 500 million costing 79,000.
Yes, and I think as we add, this is just something to consider, muddy the waters a little bit, as we think of an event that may hit, it would probably hit in one area. And when we think of the concentration, Marine Creek, now Administration Building, HCTC, and Chisholm Trail, all being one location, it's the same scenario where you have Prairie Vista next to Comanche. So if you had a very severe damage in an area, flood or whatever that may be, then obviously there's more exposure there. If there was one other that I would say would be worth it, it would be increasing that to 500 million for that reason, because construction costs have gone up. So 500 million doesn't go as far as it used to. So if we were to do that, we certainly would support that. We'd support any of these, but if there was one other I would choose, it would be that one.
People, what was our total claim? What were our total claims? So we had the winter storm that touched almost every single campus. What was that?
So that's about 7 million. We're still having dollars kind of roll through on that, but as a significant claim, and that one fell in under the all other perils, where our deductible was only 100,000 for that event district wide, versus wind and hail gets charged per a 2% for the tax for the insured value of that particular for each property. And so, but yeah, we only had that one big event. We did have a minor water leak, a major water leak, but minor claim that exceeded the 100,000 that we, that's 2 claims that we've had in recent times: freeze event and a water leak. And so just neither one of those wind or hail.
I know that your premium goes up when you wreck your car. So I guess you said about the overall damage, but we also made a substantial claim.
We did.
This policy. They have a way of kind of getting that back over the years. So.
Yes, sir. So that obviously went on our claims history.
Right.
And so we obviously will weigh if we're right at that borderline of the deductible, do we go put an item on the claims history or not?
Right.
But obviously the freeze was a significant claim.
And it would have gone up anyway, I'm sure, based on the actuary tables for the fact that so many
absolutely.
claims were made across the state because of that.
Absolutely. And that's we saw an increase across the state as a whole. And the other challenge is that now that Texas is susceptible statewide to freezes and to that level, insurance carriers have that's one more exposure that they have to work around and limit. How much are they willing to write in Texas, write in North Texas? And so there's probably 50 carriers out there that write institutional policies.
About 25 of them are high quality and at the level that would, be able to insure us. We've got 15 in our current, in this proposal, there's 15 different carriers writing portions at different levels and different layers going down as the claims go up for a particular event. They underwrite different levels, but it took 15 different insurance carriers to write our $400 million limit. So I think we'll continue to see a challenge in the available capacity in the market that we'll be competing with other institutions for, actually.
I'm just trying to picture what other clusters of facilities would cause that to be a good decision to raise it from 400 to 500. So I don't
Wayside, Bryson, would be
get
another.
up to 500.
Well, it depends. I mean, I think what we're talking about is catastrophic.
Right.
So you're getting into some very, very severe situations, either flooding or tornado. Or fire. You could have fire, but that probably wouldn't, that could affect one school.
Right.
But given what one high school, we just budgeted for, we'd be underneath that 400 million threshold, but it would have to be a regional.
Okay. All right.
Anything else? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next, we are prepared for a school safety report. Chief Ramirez.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Chettle. Again, my pleasure to give you a review of the safety report for the past year. They came on board, an assessment was actually conducted at the facilities to identify cameras, location functions, PA systems, access points and entries, lockdowns, radio repeaters, and status of operational capacity. So when we conducted that, luckily we were able to utilize two major grants to help facilitate some improvements and repairs. For instance, we had the TE grant that replaced 6 PA systems for our elementary schools. The COPS grant funding that we also received allowed us to put up physical barriers such as fences and door readers, but additionally over 600 cameras to our campus that are going to be installed here shortly. As I recall, back in May 23rd, you created and appointed me the police chief of the Eagle Mountain ISD. Over the summer, I was able to attend several good training that we're actually going to bring to our police officers, and we brought the CRAZE training, which is the civilian response to active shooter, where Saginaw had come in and helped us train every teacher in the district in that response. Also, the alert training that we participated with, and all our police officers will be trained in alert, and that's basically the advanced law enforcement rapid response training in active shooting. As you heard earlier, we actually have hired 3 individuals to start with the police department, Captain Potts and John Grady and Gary Reynolds as my sergeant. So we are actually in the process of hiring additional 14 officers to bring up that staff number to 18 total. Also this year, we also decided to increase the number of drills TEA recommends for our campuses. We basically double the amount of drills required, and that will help us with additional practices and really let our students know to do if there was actually a crisis or an actual event. This summer, we also had a mandate from Governor Abbott to conduct the audit of all the exterior doors, also a summer campus audit. And so if you're familiar, we're supposed to do a campus audit every 3 years, and we usually have an outside consultant come in and do this. Well, they're actually requiring us to do one this year and make findings and reports. That doesn't keep us from doing it next year. And then 2023, where we're going to have the big one where they actually come in, send individuals in to see if they can gain access to the schools and check our emergency operation plans and basically just check the safety of the district. So that's coming up in 2023, which we'll have scheduled. So we're in the process of actually finishing up the summer audits for the classrooms. In addition, we hired additional security specialists that went to Wayside Middle School. We also were able to train our specialists in the CRACE response, also stop the bleed and basic first aid. And then we also hired a supervisor to actually make sure that we staff those security specialists from a district-wide perspective, so that we know we got campuses covered when we need them covered. In addition, how we communicate some of the things, Megan in her shop, we worked her to come up with the flyer that you see here, and it really addresses some of the main things that we would like to communicate to not only our students and staff, but our public. The fact that we have a multi-layered approach to defense. It's not one specific thing that keeps us safe, but it's everything, all these things put together, including training of our staff. Again, we talk about the EMS-ISD Police Department and where we're at with that. We do have the standard response protocol, which we still use, and basically that will help us in a multi-hazard situation on all responses. Again, we talked about the specialized trainings for all staff, and that was that CRACE training that we were able to bring in. We were able to erect physical barriers again with fencing and additional cameras and badge access readers and card readers. And last but not least is the threat assessment team that we're really working on with our counselors to help us identify any threats that we see that could pose an issue, identify them early, follow them through and make sure they're on our radar when it comes to threats being really pointing toward the school or at a school or at an individual at a school. That's all I have for this report. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer anything.
The flyer, is it going out? It's on the website, I'm guessing, and then is it going to be distributed out any other way?
Yes, and I think that's the plan. Megan's going to actually distribute it in her shop. It's on the website now, and I think it's at some of the schools already because I've seen them. But yeah, it's something that I think we can distribute a little bit more.
Chief Ramirez, thank you for your hitting the ground running and getting things up and running. What has the response been from teachers, staff, administrators as they've gone through the training and talked about the protocols and things?
You know, I'm really excited to say that they are really excited that we have our own police department. I think they're going to see a really change in our response to them. I think the training that they received is something that they I think wanted, and I think they knew was a long time coming. So I think that was received really well, and we'll continue to work with the administrators and the schools to make sure we communicate everything that we can and really respond to their needs. But again, as a whole, I'm excited to say that we had some emails that we addressed, concerns, and we were able to make sure that the training was again for teachers and the audience we're looking at. So we've had some really, really good responses. Thank you.
I want to also comment, in addition to the safety, security staff, police department, I also want to credit, we have many principals here tonight. And they have done a tremendous job just being vigilant of looking at how each campus is unique and the way it operates in terms of its size and all those kinds of different dynamics. And the commonality throughout the district, though, is a vigilance of how can we make things better and how can we be observant and how can we also do that in a way that ensures that we're still focused on student learning and balance all those different things. And it is something that is obviously on our hearts and minds, especially when you have what occurred just here a few months ago. And so I just want to credit them. They've done tremendous work in this area. We'll never be done in this area, never. We're always going to improve and look at ways we can that we can make things better. There's always, you see on the chart there, it talks about physical barriers. There's a lot of progress that was made in the 2017 bond. Just a reminder, and before the bond, we had a number of our campuses, even campuses like Lake Point and Willow Creek, that did not have a controlled vestibule, that do now. And so we're really set up in a good position to take that next step. in terms of additional physical things that we can do, whether they be cameras or locking mechanisms. So we're in a very good position to take those additional steps with our police department. And I've been asked a lot of how can we continue to do more. It is always a question of trying to secure additional funding, and we are working at a legislative level to encourage support by our state legislators to give us additional funding. We've had a number of conversations through our professional organizations to support officers in our school district, plus additional safety and security funds. We're getting some positive response, but session's coming up in the spring and we'll be looking for that. So that's just a note to all of us that we need to just impress upon our elected officials. Just for an example, the safety security allotment that is given by the state, which is marginal, we don't even get it this year because of the state's school finance formula.
Yeah.
So all these things that are done are actually taking out of a budget that's meant for teaching and learning. And we do that because we know this is a priority. But we also need additional funding to make this and to be able to do this without also taking away from what's happening in our classroom as well. So like I said earlier, it's a balance. So thank you.
So just real quick, this uniform is going to be the everyday uniform of these officers. And I want to thank Megan and her shop for helping out with the patch. And if you can see, we got a star and a torch, and basically law enforcement and education work comes together. And we actually took on the fostering a culture of excellence as our motto also for a police department. We will have a formal uniform for formal events. And then we have another short sleeve shirt that we would wear. But again, trying to make it as simple as it can. And it's just, not real tactical, if you will. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Education Services Report, Dr. Parker.
And how appropriate that this report should come after we've had so many wonderful reports today from our maintenance and operations, who provide us with a facility that's clean and appropriate for our learning environment. And Rob provides us with money for resources and staff. And then our safety and security and our new police department providing that environment that is very safe. So here tonight, I'm on page 99 in the board book. And I'm here to talk about the state of Texas assessment and academic readiness and EOC exam data. We have quite a bit of information to go through. There's always a lot of information in the data, and I've tried to highlight the main pieces of that. I'm very excited, and it's an honor for me to present the data. But as you see, we have principals and administrators and even a Saginaw High School rep here, so that they're here because they know it's not my data, it's our data. And we're here to support each other in that. Also, our members of our teaching and learning team, where we wouldn't be able to celebrate, especially coming out of COVID, a very hard 2 years. That was very difficult. And the data today that you're going to see, we're very proud of. We're pleased to state there's areas you're going to see where we are above those 2019 pre-COVID times, and we have some work to do in other areas. I think you'll be pleased with what you're going to see. So first of all, let's start with the mission, because we know that all of our work centers on our mission as we work to create that, foster a culture of excellence that instills a passion of lifetime achievement, of continuous achievement for every student. Tonight, the core belief statement that we'll focus on is number 7, accountability is essential for success. That's what it's all about. I'm very proud of the fact that Aspire 2025, our strategic plan, aligns to everything we do. As you see here, Aspire in Objective 1, where we will create a system of support pre-K through 12 to maximize student potential, aligns with that mission of fostering a culture of excellence. And the strategy there, where we're looking at fostering an environment that is engaging and challenging, yet we maintain our high expectations and hold ourselves accountable for that, all aligned to the work being presented. We're going to start with elementary data. We'll move through elementary and then go into the middle and high school area. Before I begin that, I want you to know that I'll end with our campus ranking, our district ranking, and our campus rankings and their distinctions. In our data, you're going to see an overview of both general ed, and I've also added a special ed glimpse overview because special ed was part of our district improvement plan and many of our campuses as well. It was part of their campus improvement plan. And I want you to see the success we're having. In addition to this, you're going to see a little change because there's no writing scores this year. The writing is changing. It will be embedded in 2023 in the other tests. And so I'm not sure how it's going to show up as a writing piece, but it's being embedded as part of the reading and writing functions, but you don't have writing scores this year. First of all,
We have them next year? I mean, you're saying they're gonna bring them back?
they're not bringing them back. They're embedded within the reading and writing. It'll be together.
Be included in that school.
Yes. And I'll tell you, we've spent time trying to figure out all of the changes so that we can present to you and have you prepared for what the changes that are coming, but we're not yet ready to do that presentation. Because as soon as we are, they're going to change it. Yeah. But I want you to see here, this slide gives an overall elementary summary of reading and math. What you will see on your left side shows the data for all of the students who took elementary math and reading. And on the right side, you see our elementary math and reading for the special ed. Starting with this, we saw major growth at the elementary level of 7% in approaches and 5% in meets in math. We're very pleased with that. We're going to be nudging. You see in this data, in the math areas, you'll see a trend where we're just a little below what we were pre-COVID. But yet in our reading, with our focus on that early literacy, our reading academies, the work we've been doing there, we do see the growth there. So we have a plan to address the math, I assure you. So we should pop out of that pre-COVID number this next year. Our elementary reading has growth in all three levels. It shows 12% growth in approaches and meets, and showing a 5 and 4% in approaches and meets growth at all three levels. I just said that completely wrong, forgive me. In this, major growth in elementary in approaches and 7% in approaches and 5% in meets in math. When you look at the reading, you see that we are above the pre-COVID numbers with a 4% growth and then that 8% growth in meets. That's our goal, is for all students to be at the meets because that meets federal accountability. And you also see an 11% in masters. When we go over to the special ed side, you also see growth in math, and we're nudging by 1 percentage point that pre-COVID number, and we saw growth in meets and masters. At the elementary reading and special ed, we saw tremendous growth of 14%, 12%, and 6% at all three levels. Very proud of the work there. Those will continue to go up. We just received the data to be able to compare the state and region. What you see in 3rd and 4th grade in the state and region, when in this, you'll see the red is EMS ISD, blue is state, and the final, the little golden or taupe color here is the region. In our 3rd grade reading and 4th grade, we're either just below the state and region or we are even with it. And we see this trend in 3rd and 4th grade with our data, yet when you look at 5th and 6th grade or 5th grade, we'll see here we go above. And we've seen that trend for a few years now where our 3rd and 4th are coming in a little bit lower. And then at the 5th grade level, we start going over the state and region, and that trend continues through our EOC data.
Barbara, you said region, you're talking about region 11?
Region 11,
Okay.
yes. 3rd grade, we'll move now into our 3rd grade scores. Note, we will, in these specific grade levels, we're looking at the tested areas of math and reading only. On the left screen, you see the 3-year comparison starting on the left side and moving over. You go from 2019 to 2022, and we saw growth from the 21 data to this year in math. Tremendous growth, including that 14% in the meets level, which is good. Again, we're pushing those numbers up into pre-COVID numbers. On the right side, you see just the overall growth. 3rd grade reading, we're above by 1 percentage point pre-COVID numbers, and we are showing I like the fact that our meets level is 9% above that 2019 score. Very impressive, and showing a 15% growth from last year. When we go into 4th grade data,
This is interesting because now we can look at cohorts. Very hard for us as a mobile group, but we can, we can pull the data and we look at last year's 3rd grade math and reading and compare that to this year's 4th grade. What we saw, you don't see it on the screen, but we saw a 7% cohort growth from 3rd to 4th grade math. You saw a 12% in the meets, the cohort grew, and a 7% in masters. In the reading, you saw 12% growth in reading, and in the in the meets level, you saw 18% growth, which is very good for our meets level in reading. In our 4th grade reading, you see we are above the pre-COVID numbers in all areas, and that meets at 51% is a major celebration. We want to see those numbers continue to go up, and you can see our high point in 4th grade reading is the 18% growth from last year and above pre-COVID. When we go into 5th grade, we now add the piece of the testing of science. In the 5th grade, our cohort, we saw an 18-point increase in growth from 4th to 5th grade, which is very good, and a 22% growth from 4th to 5th grade in reading for that cohort group. We also saw great growth in every level. You can see the 6% in approaches. We went down just a little in masters, but again, that cohort growth really shows we're doing very well with our children who are staying with us. The 5th grade reading is above, again, pre-COVID numbers of 81%. We showed a 12% growth over the previous year and a 3% over those pre-COVID numbers. Increase in meets at 59% is excellent, and a 15% growth from one year to the next. We also, at 37%, when almost 40% of our kids are hitting masters, we're doing good things there. It's really great. In our science, we saw just a little bit, a decrease in science. I think that goes to the focus. We spent so much time with House Bill 4545 in reading and math. With our additional instructional minutes and the way we've redone our schedule this year, I feel confident about math returning. We have good plans in place for that. Science, I don't want to say math, but because I've been thinking about math. We're doing a lot with math. Let's move into middle school data. Our overall summary, both math and reading, showed growth. As you can see here, you see the growth, and you see in our special ed the growth as well. So we're very pleased with this. Like elementary, reading is above the pre-COVID numbers. The growth we see in special ed is especially positive. With our work in inclusion, we've worked at aligning our professional development for both the special ed teacher, the content teachers working together. We've increased our strength here with our intentional focus of ensuring that special ed teachers are getting the same professional development as content teachers, and they're working together better. We're seeing the growth that needs to occur. We also have increased our inclusion opportunities. And in this, I want to point out specifically the growth of 14% in the meets reading, and in special ed approaches, that reading of 13% growth, and the master's level of 15%, and then 6% in the master's level for special ed. It's very good, very pleased. This is the middle school state region comparison. You can see in our 6th grade reading, we are just above. Like I said, we start in 5th grade and then we just go above the state and region. So we're sitting above the state by 4% and 3% in the region, and kind of even just a little bit above in meets, and pretty even in the master's area. In 6th grade math, we're just even with them in that 73% and then 74%. Now I apologize because you didn't have this on. We just got this Friday of last week. 7th grade reading, we are just 1% below, but I'd say we're just right there with the region in math in 7th grade reading. Now, 7th grade math is an anomaly, and I'm going to talk a little more specifically about it. I've mentioned that in the board update a couple of times because of what we do, and I'll talk about it when I get to 7th grade math. We also have 8th grade, and in 8th grade, we continue to see we added the science and the social studies. 8th grade reading and 8th grade math, you see in science and all of these, you see where we are just above the state and the region, and that's good. We want to be above the state and the region. That's our goal. And we're sitting very well with that 86% in approaches in reading, 74% in 8th grade math, and 76% in science and social studies. It's just a little bit of a dip. But again, I think the focus of HB 4545 took away from science and social studies, and we'll refocus this year. Let's move into sixth grade, the 6th grade level. We saw growth in all 3 tiers in both reading and math from 2021. We surpassed the 2019 meets and master's levels in reading in 6th grade. This is a major celebration, and we showed double-digit growth from 2021. Very pleased with this, the growth that we had in our 6th grade level. Now, 7th grade, I didn't talk about cohort because we started advanced work. And so here in our 7th grade advanced students are taking the 8th grade test. They are pulled from that 7th grade test because the content, the curriculum they cover is basically the 8th grade. So only our students who are taking on level 7th grade math show up in this test. On this day for math.
It's pulling for the state. Is that
They do. They allow you to, the curriculum the majority of the curriculum that's being taught is what they're tested over.
They allow you to, or they make you?
They prefer that you do. They prefer that you do. Some say require, some say prefer. So we've checked with several of our districts to see what they do, and there's a variety of ways they get around it. So we're one of the few who do have our 7th grade graders taking the 8th grade test. Pardon me?
So our 7th grader just taking the 8th grade math test?
Yes. So their numbers are represented in 8th grade. And then our 8th graders who take Algebra 1, of course, are taking the Algebra 1 exam, and their numbers show in the EOC. Okay, so with that, you see in
modified that, didn't we used to make them take both tests, didn't we? We used to have.
There was a time period
where there was a lot of
instruction. And then that
they
went
were
away.
Preparing for the 7th and the 8th grade tests.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a decision, I think.
That's been a while ago.
Yeah.
That's been probably 10 years ago at least. So it changes. It always changes. But here we see we did grow from last year. And so what we've done here, I want you to know, is we had a committee of teachers and principals work together this summer because we really we analyzed the data, we visited, we talked about what is best for kids. They've come up with a strategic plan, an action plan to address the math. We had some long-term subs. We had some different issues in 7th grade math at some of our middle schools, and our principals, the 7th grade, not 7th grade principals, but middle school principals here would tell you they work together with the curriculum team and with teachers and came up with a plan to address the need. The strategic plan's been implemented. They'll be meeting in cohorts of PLC throughout the year. We've added an instructional coach as well for 7th grade, for middle school, but with a focus on 7th grade. So we have a good plan moving forward. We're all on board to support it, and we will constantly monitor the success of those 7th graders through their DCAs and their interim tests. I'll give you reports in the update. When you look at 7th grade reading, you see much celebration with double-digit increases in all 3 levels. Our greatest growth is at the master's level, and both meets and masters are now above those pre-COVID numbers. Do you have any questions about 7th grade before we move on? 8th grade, you'll see broken down here on 2 different slides because we'll start with 8th grade reading and math, and you see the same trend in this. Our 8th grade math grew 9%, reading grew 11%, and 16 and 20% in meets and masters. That's very impressive. And again, we are above the pre-COVID numbers. When we look at science and social studies here, you also see science showed a bit of growth, and we're getting closer to the 2019 numbers. Social studies took a little bit of a dip and then back up to 2% in that master's level. We'll move into the last set of data, which is our EOC. We'll start with the region and state comparison. And this is pretty typical as a district. Even last year at the EOC level, we didn't see the dip in scores that we saw at the elementary and middle school because of COVID. But they did show growth. You can see it here. And we continue to trend above the state and the region in our EOC data. Biology has always been one of our strong points. You see that at 89%. I just want to do a shout out to that because that's really strong with 67% of our students in biology receiving a meets. I'll talk about EOC 2 in just a moment when we get into it. I also want you to see our just overall performance with our EOC data here. Our Algebra 1 at an 88% was 88% in 2019. We're at a 79%. We did only grow by 1% from 2021, but that meet and masters went up 7 and 8%. Our biology we're notorious for being in the 90s. I feel like we'll be there by the end of this year. When I'm presenting next year, we should see that biology back in the 90s. We are showing growth there. Our special ed showed tremendous growth in Algebra 1 with that 5%, 8%, and 7% growth at the 3 tiers, and a 10% growth in biology at that approaches level. So very pleased with that. We're moving on. Our final 3 exams are here with U.S. History, English 1, and English 2. U.S. History, again, you'll see at that 93%, that's where we stay, or in those lower 90s. We hope to top out at the 95 and above this next year, and have to shout out for that 77% meets and the growth that we saw there. English 1, we went down just a little bit in English 1, that 1%. And that's an area where we're always about in the 70s. We have been in the past. But EOC 2, this 80% is one of our best numbers. We were at 78%, I remember, in 2019, and we were celebrating. So to hit that 80 is a really good sign and speaks well of what we're doing there. When we look at special ed, we see some growth too. It's showing increases in meets and masters. And I want to point out again, that significant growth in EOC 2. The longer our kids are with us, the better they do. And that's evident when you look at the EOC 1 and EOC 2. Now, all of this comes together for our district accountability rating. This year, we are 1 point below what we were in 2019, and we were celebrating at an 88. We're at an 87, which is really good. These scores are combined or come from these 3 specific areas. When we look at this, our student achievement, school progress, and closing the gaps are the 3 key areas. I want you to know that when you look at this, key areas where we grew were in school progress. We grew by 4 percentage points in school progress from an 85 to an 89. And under that, in academic growth, we grew 10 percentage points from a 79 to an 89. So extremely pleased with the work here. We are looking at the data to ensure, because of the major growth we saw this past year from the COVID slide to now, we're looking at other areas where we can even ensure that our number continues to grow, including our CCMR focus. We're going to move into the campus rankings, and I'll start with elementary. Want to do a little bit of celebration here. First, in our letter ranking, celebrations are in having, we have 4 campuses that scored an A this year. And I know that we're not all about, oh, it's an A, B, or C campus, but it's about growth. And in this, you see where Eagle Mountain is a 91, which is good. They were sitting about in that same spot previously. I think they were at a 91 in the previous year, but Lake Point grew 12 percentage points and went from an 85 to a 97 since 2019. So that's a big celebration. We also have growth in many other areas. Our leaders of growth included Bryson with a 15-point growth. So they went from a campus to a B. and Willow Creek at 14 points, which they are to be commended. We also have Lake Point. I already talked about Lake Point, who led the elementaries with that 97% score, grew by 12 percentage points, which is very impressive, and received 4 of the 5 distinctions. And they're already working to figure out how they get that 5th distinction for reading. Other growth areas include Remington Point, who moved up 8 percentage points. Gilliland and Dozier each grew by 7 percentage points and went to that next level. Just very proud of the distinctions earned and the work that our campuses have done to pull our children out of that COVID slide. It's been tough, and with the behavior and the social emotional support that we've been working on, I feel like we're off. I know we're just in 1 week of school, but we're really off to a good start. When we go to the secondary campuses and we look here at our secondary numbers, we have to be really pleased with the work again here. This year, out of the 5 middle school campuses, 4 of them all grew in their percentage scores. Have to do a shout out to Creekview with that 91. So first time we've had an A middle school campus, and they received a distinction in every single area. I think that's the only way Miss A would have had it last year. Greenfield, it's awesome. That's awesome. Another shout out when you look at this data is the fact that at the high school level, Boswell maintaining that 89, and I guarantee I know Nika Davison, as competitive she is, she's going to get the next point. But all of our high schools, the other 3 all grew, and a shout out to Watson. I know it's our alternative school, but they grew by 11 percentage points and earned that A ranking. So that's I know that the principals are here, staff members are here, learning and teaching team are here. They've worked so hard these last 2 years. I just want to give them a round of applause because our scores are going up because our kids are being taken care of. The right things are the right focus, and they work hard to ensure that. So I commend you. That is our report for tonight. Do you have any questions?
Questions?
I'm sure those percentages are by school, and there's a lot more detail. Yeah, this we've shown before.
This, and so I tried to pick, this is the district view. Can tell you the areas we're working on are math. We'll continue to work on literacy. That's just to give you, but the math is a key focus this year. We've put resources to it, added an additional coaches at the elementary and middle school level, and feel very confident. And we've hired well.
Those additional minutes that were required to catch up from the COVID, is that some of the techniques that we're going to do our best to continue?
We're doing our best to continue. We do not have the funds to hire the tutors. We spent over $500,000 last year on the House Bill 4545 requirements. With the way we have our schedule, so in elementary, we have what I need time. So a 30-minute time during the day that our own teachers can support them. Some of our campuses who have maybe title funds or additional compensatory funds can hire tutors as much as needed. We have found the most success has been when our own teachers tutor. That's been our greatest success. I'll give an example is Lake Point. They went up 12 percentage points and they did not hire any tutors all year. I believe that's right. Right. They took care and their points because they know their kids. So we've created through that additional doing some changing with our link period and time and what we've done. We've gleaned more instructional minutes. That's going to make a difference. At the middle school, all of our middle school children go through an advisory period. And they have the opportunity for tutoring during that kind of that what I need period. So 2 or 3 times a week. And they'll be tracking. They all set goals and they track the work of what they're doing. The high school level, they do have a full period for lunch and they have an opportunity to tutor and take care of the kids through, also through courses that we have, specific courses for
High school
remediation.
Probably before and after school is
Yes.
available.
Yes. It's a little trickier at the high school level, but when you have a degree on this end that you're earning, that helps too, that diploma. But that's how we plan. That's the work.
I'd like to say that, to all our administrators and leadership, the challenges you faced and your teachers. And I know you were in valleys a lot of the time and y'all just kept trucking along and we appreciate it. And this is where it shows their hard work. So please be sure and thank all of your teachers for a job well done.
So I was going to echo that same thing, and to all those all you teachers that were posting on Facebook about your reading academies. My heart would break because they were like all these summer hours and nights and weekends. Obviously those paid off because it gave you some maybe additional tools or maybe just helps you remember something. I remember taking those academies and they were painful because they take a lot of time, but as Liz says, it's definitely showed. And please let your staff and faculty and teachers know that we see you, we know how hard you work, and we so appreciate everything you're doing for the betterment of our children.
And to curriculum, because I know that the input that the teachers give curriculum and you give as leaders, they take it and they adjust it to make it work. And the one thing I love about curriculum is they think outside the box and what will work. And I think there were just a lot of unique ways of serving students and satisfying parents. And I know it was arduous and hard, but you just kept on keeping on. Thank you.
Can-do attitudes. That's
Very
what Eagle
much.
Mountain is.
And that attitude is at its strongest right now. And the positivity that you see, we had samples of writing already on the wall within the first 2 days of school at kindergarten and above. It was very impressive. Thank you.
Dana, I think you're up next, but if we have principals here who didn't want to have to stay for the rest of the report.
Thank you for staying for my presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnes, you have thick skin.
So I want to first thank you to the teachers. Fostering the culture of excellence. Yes, all the way.
Much confidence in what you're going to present.
Really, I'm not so glad that they left, though. They are exhausted, and I do want to personally thank you, the board, and our superintendent, and everyone in leadership, the support that you have provided us to be able to support our teachers that have the boots on the ground has made a world of difference. So thank you for your support always. Well, speaking of the support, we always want to constantly be able to provide the very best for our students. So for the 23-24 school year, it's hard to imagine that we are already going to be discussing the 23-24 years. We are bringing forth 3 recommended new courses. You will notice that these all fall underneath finance. This will be for us to be able to attain our new finance pathway. We have our financial analysis, financial mathematics, securities, and investments. We feel that, again, this is a pathway that our students need to have the experience. It really focuses in on the business, and something that, again, we know is that the corporate world is wanting is individuals that are very strong with the finance background. if there are any questions on this, I have Dr. Eldridge here to be able to provide any information.
There's some interest, I guess, has been shown, Dr. Eldridge, in these subjects that brought them to the forefront of
Well,
recommendation, or?
It's several cases, yes. We have been partnering with Junior Achievement with also Dr. Eldridge. Oh, no, get up here. Being recorded, come on. But our partnerships with corporations have our students have done a fantastic job with being able to really build their skill set with that. But this is also, we are constantly staying involved with the state of Texas and the industry-based certifications. And this is a pathway that we are able to offer upon y'all's approval, that again would allow that, if I say that correctly, the certification from the finance standpoint.
Is it like an insurance certification?
It is, and actually the first part of the Series 7.
Right.
the Series 6, 7, and 8, it's actually the SI, focus on the SIE, because that's certification's been split into two pieces, where everybody, regardless of what you're going into, whether it's investments in securities or insurance or whatever, you take that SIE part, which is the first section, and then you specialize on the last piece.
Okay.
And so you
Will they
don't
be able
have
to sit for that exam then after these courses? For the,
we will prepare them as well as we can. We're actually in the process of working with a Junior Achievement on implementing that piece, on what that will look like for our seniors, and how will we do that, and how far can we get them? We don't know that answer yet. We're going into uncharted territory because nobody else has really done this. And so there's a huge need in the Alliance corridor for this. There's a lot of investment companies that are out there that are seeking employees that have a good, strong, solid background, but that they will also in turn pay for their college. So if you get in with a company, you start working with them, they will pay for you to finish your degree. So it's a it's a great area. Kids hear about it. They hear about it in the news, about the stock market and securities and investment. And so it's just another piece of that finance to go along with our accounting area.
So Dr. Eldridge, do they have certification for this at this level? Or like you said, is this still not available? Like what
They could sit for the
piggybacking on
test.
what Mr. Newcomb said.
Absolutely. They could sit for that SIE portion. We're going to have to see how far we can get them. Because we're going to be doing something
So it's
that
not-
nobody else has ever done before. And so we're working in conjunction with JA to pilot this program starting next year. And
So it's the real certification. It's not a stepping stone certificate. Okay, that's what I was inquiring.
it'd be the real thing.
Okay.
We're gonna help them. We're gonna get them the next step. We have a lot of kids who are interested in it. It's in the news. It's hot. It's what they want to know about. And it gives them a really good step up, because when you're a kid and you're in high school and you've got a background in understanding what this is, you're better prepared going into as an adult. How do you handle your investments? How do you handle those things? How do I get myself prepared for retirement? You don't want to think about that at 55. You want to think about that much earlier than that. So I'm just saying, no, that's.
would they be able to take would that be a 3-year plan?
It would start with principles of business marketing and finance, and then go into a junior and a senior level course.
Okay.
We want to try and keep it to where they're not having to take 4 years of something. That's a lot to ask of a student. We need to give them time to I own a 13-year-old, as I like to say. She's a high school freshman. Pray for me often. So I know that they changed their mind. And so it gives them time to think and figure out, maybe this isn't what I want to do. I want to do this instead. And so we really want to try and keep them from having to do something every year.
But it's a life skill. It's such a good life. That's what I love about this. When I read it, I thought, I wish I had this.
Well, I was thinking maybe some board members could audit the course.
Well, I was thinking that exact same thing. I was going to wait till after y'all approve before I say, and you are teaching and helping teach it. So.
Anything else I can answer for you?
I think it's great that you're stepping out there.
Thank you. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much.
Something like that?
It's one kind of question here. So it says textbook costs on all these. I have an 8th grader also, or a 13-year-old. I haven't seen a textbook yet in her school. Who still uses textbook?
So it's going to be instructional resources software.
Okay, so, okay,
It's online.
got it. They're still called textbooks though.
And they're more expensive.
There's some.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. How about a science update?
Yes.
Book?
So Mrs.
Oh, no.
Yes, so I am stepping in. I hope that that is okay with the board. Ms. Cook needed to spend some time with family this week, and Teresa could not get out of her neighborhood. And so I said, oh, I can step in. This is good. This is good. So I will be reading some notes, but again, just very excited for the opportunity to be able to share the great things that our science department is doing. We have so many celebrations. First and foremost is the Discovery Labs. They are just coming to the forefront. It's amazing. I cannot thank Cleet Welch and his team enough on how all that is coming together. So that is going to be a wonderful opportunity for so many of our students, but also too for our teachers to be able to come over and have professional learning and so forth, and have the hands-on. We have focused very strongly this past year over our science being hands-on. We wanted it to be very tangible. We wanted students to be involved. And because of that, we feel that we did improve with our Science Star and EOC, which were above the region in the state. We had a wonderful STEM showcase in our STEM camp from this summer. And we also had district representation on the TEKS work for the state. That is something that I've been very fortunate that many of our curriculum coordinators have personally reached out. Some invited themselves, and they were not turned away to voice their partnership with the state to provide the best choices for our students. So very excited about that. And one thing that Teresa and Susan have done an amazing job with is our partnerships. We are partnering with Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension. They were the ones that provided us the wonderfulness of chicks and being able to hatch. That is a very, very big deal. Also with our Education Foundation, we're providing scholarships. That has been absolutely amazing. Again, continued in a stronger partnership now with Texas Instruments, Texas Parks and Wildlife, and also the Master Gardeners. And then also wanted to add on there is our partnership with the Water District that has also made a big improvement for us. Again, with our comparisons, we were very impressed again with how well our students did. And again, that is the commitment from our teachers concerning the importance of science and hands-on. Again, with the hands-on learning, this is a picture of our elementary STEM camp, our 7th grade plant lab, high school physics using ramps and digital probes to calculate one-dimensional motion. And then, of course, as I said, a newly hatched chick that she is being extremely delicate with. Yes. With our elementary, again, what has been fantastic this year is one thing that you're going to notice about STAR 2.0, which is the new STAR exam that we will begin taking this school year, is that our language, our vocabulary, and our text are now cross-curricular. And so that being said, what has been wonderful with our elementary teachers, again, my goodness, are they absolutely amazing, is that our science teachers are also reading teachers. So everything that you will see concerning any of our science activities, the reading strategies are being used. So the students are hearing the same thing, hearing the same language, and being able to, again, do a cross-curricular aspect with that. Something else that we have very much been focusing on is having our students come up with problems and not necessarily being handed a problem and them trying to figure out how to solve the problem, but actually being more proactive in figuring out that a problem is about to occur, and then be able to use argument-driven inquiry to figure out what is the design and the desired outcome that needs to take place. Our next steps for science is there is a proclamation 2024. The science TEKs have been approved. It is a complete turnover with our science. But from so far, what we have seen is we are in agreement with the science TEKs. And one of the main pieces that we were very excited for is we are now, again, the inclusion of science and engineering practices. So again, it's bringing the engineering approach of the practice, and again, the argumentative instructional framework. It really brings critical thinking to the forefront. Again, we are continuing to build the STEM culture throughout pre-K through 12th grade. That is something that is an expectation in our department. And again, very grateful for all of our teachers that support that. This summer, we did have our elementary STEM camp. We had over 900 students be able to participate in that. Cannot thank the Education Foundation enough. We did receive a 21st Century grant of $10,000. We were able to purchase robotics and coding materials. It was our internal teachers, the best of the best. All of our teachers are, and so we wanted to utilize them to be able to run the STEM camps. And we also had 12 community donors. With our middle school STEM camp, we had 100 student participants. Participants. We had 6 middle schools. So again, all schools were represented. The wonderful thing about the middle school camp is we invite high school students to actually come and assist with running. And so it provides an educational opportunity for both high school along with our middle school. Once again, facilitated by our own teachers, because again, in EMS, we do feel we have the best of the best. And again, their challenges were daily engineering designs. And of course, they culminated in a project that the theme was energy, and it was part of the Rube Goldberg project. And they were able to present that to their friends and family. We hope that you are able to join us March 2nd, 2023 at the HCTC. We will be doing our EMS STEM showcase for the 2023 year. Again, every campus will be represented there, and we will have, again, students from our pre-K all the way up to our seniors. So, any questions?
Thank you for that update.
Thank you for letting me step in. Thank you.
Appreciate it. We will move on to the TASB update 119. Is that her?
Good evening, President Ring, Dr. Chadwell, and Board of Trustees. Thank you for all that you do for the kids and for the staff here in Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD. It is my pleasure tonight to talk to you about TASB Update 119. Unlike Mr. Kidd, I do not have pictures of facilities, and unlike Dr. Barnes, I do not have cute pictures of kids kissing chicks. But I will do my best to make this as enthusiastic as I can. All right, so update 119 has 51 legal policy updates, and there's 2 that I would like to bring to your attention. The first one is BDB legal about internal committees, and it clarifies that board committee meetings are subject to open meeting acts if quorum is present at a committee meeting. The second one is BE legal board meetings. This clarifies and better aligns legal policy and definitions pertaining to board meetings, such as it defines exceptions to meetings in reference to quorum and realigns the previous definition in the policy under the new definition. The notice of a meeting must be posted and accessible 72 hours before a meeting. This policy reworded it from shall to must, was the quick little, so it's going to be little changes like that. Internet broadcast, establishing an internet site and providing access to the meetings, as well as archiving the meetings so that they are accessible. So many of the things are already being done. It's just some little verb plays in this one. For update 119 for local policies, there are 7 recommended policies. I'm going to briefly share a little bit of each of the 7 with you. The first one is CPC local records management. That one addresses electronic records management and developing procedures to ensure that we are meeting the requirements by law per Texas State Libraries and Archives Commission. The second one is DMA local. This one's actually a new policy, and it talks about required staff development. Senate Bill 1267 requires the board to annually approve the district professional development plan that must be guided by SBEC Clearinghouse. Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD's plan is part of the district improvement plan. The next one is EHAA local. This is required instruction. So what this one is doing is it's laying the process for adopting curriculum that addresses the prevention of child abuse, family violence, dating violence, and sex trafficking. The school advisory, the school health advisory councils or SHAC committee will be starting the process to bring curriculum recommendations to the board. EHBB local, gifted and talented students. House Bill 1525 removed the need for districts to certify yearly with the Commissioner of Education that their gifted and talented program is consistent with the requirements outlined in the Texas State Plan for the Education of the Gifted and Talented. Next, we have EHDF legal. This is also a new policy, but it's for local remote learning. So this policy is being added for districts that have full-time remote programs. Next, we have EIF local graduation. This outlines what the district can accept as proof that the students have filled out the free application for federal student aid or the Texas application for state financial aid, which are now graduation requirements. FFBA local, trauma-informed care, makes trauma-informed care part of the required professional development that I referenced in DMA local. And the final one is FFH local, freedom from discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. This adds dating violence to one of the prohibited conducts. There were, TASB did recommend to other districts to update 2 additional local policies. One was EHB local for dyslexia training. The other was EHBAA local to implement the implementation of IEPs for transition from early childhood. TASB did not make these recommendations to Eagle Mountain Saginaw because Eagle Mountain Saginaw already has policies in place addressing these. So I thought you would like to know that. So you have any questions?
I appreciate the summary on them. And so the multiple pages that followed that was the policy as we're going to recommend to revise it.
Yes.
Redlined and.
Yes, if you look at that, the 2 legals that I've sent you and then the 7 locals, they're the annotated versions. So what that is if it's in blue, that's being added, red is being taken away, and if it's green, it's just been moved somewhere else in the policy.
Got it. Okay.
And stuff. So that's why I made sure that y'all had the color annotated ones so you could actually see the changes. Okay, these are just for a report tonight. If there aren't any other questions, and I will bring them back in September. Anything else?
I think that's it.
I would like to ask, would the board like that in the action portion of the next meeting or in consent? Do you think there'll be any other discussion at the next meeting? Consent?
Consent will be
Okay.
common.
Finally, to our last report of the evening, the Human Resources report about the EMS ISD graduation planning bonus. Ms. Williams.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Chadwell. We received a request from a board member to review the current criteria for the high school graduate signing bonus. Before I provide you with that information, I first would like to start from the beginning and just review everything for you. Slide. I would first like for you to remember that this was based off our Aspire plan. Here you'll see our objective and our strategy, which is to develop a systematic approach to aggressively pursue and retain highly qualified personnel and meet the prioritized staffing needs of the campus and district. I think I'm gonna look down this way since I have it. Okay, here we go. All right, needs of the campus and the district. And just to let you know, we are still actively working to aggressively recruit highly qualified personnel. And it starts also with this particular initiative here for the graduate sign-in bonus. Sorry. Here we go. Here is the current criteria for the high school graduate sign-in bonus that we reviewed. First, you have to be a graduate of an EMS ISD high school. You must have attended a traditional university-based educator prep program. You must have maintained a GPA of 3.0 or higher, and also fully certified for the position which you are assigned to teach. I do think it is also important to make the distinction that this criteria is for the graduate sign-in bonus and not the hiring criteria. I also want to point out, this is the flyer that we use at our job fairs. Our communications department did a great job creating this for us. Here is the verbiage, the same thing that you see here on the screen that outlines what the criteria is. And so this is what we've used again as our recruitment tool from day one. Next, I would like to review the timeline of events. So in January of 2021, the high school graduate sign-in bonus proposal was presented to the board. The following month, the board approved the proposal, starting with the graduating class of 2016, and it would go into effect for the 2021-2022 school year. In April of this year, we reported to the board the return on investment for the first cohort. We also asked you to consider allowing the professional positions to receive the graduate sign-in bonus. And finally, we reported the adjustments to the graduation year. And then as recent as June of this year, the board approved the extension for the professional positions to receive the high school graduate sign-in bonus. So before I proceed to the next slide, I would just like for you to keep in mind that these are simply considerations. Changes have been made before, again, as recent as the professional positions, and you may decide that you like one or more of the options that we present to you tonight. So here we go. Here are the 4 areas that you can consider. You could leave it without any modifications. You've reviewed the other options and you've decided that you like it exactly how it is. Option number 1. Or option number 2, you could remove the requirement for attending a traditional teacher certification program. Then you have option 3. You could accept the alternatively certified teacher, but they have to be fully certified. So with this option here, you're really looking at 2 groups. You have group 1 who come to us fully certified and already having experience from a district, but they did not obtain their certification through the traditional route. It was through the AltCert program. And then you have group 2, those individuals who may have decided as recent as a few weeks ago that they want to teach. So legally they can teach, they have a certain amount of time to obtain their certification, but they're currently working through an alternative certification program to obtain that certification. So for that group, you could decide that you're going to hold their stipend until they are fully certified and until they've completed the offset program, which could be up to a year or so. And then option number 4 is that you could just remove the 3.0 GPA requirement. But I would like for you to keep in mind with this option here, even if you waive the certification requirement for a traditional program, they could miss it with the 3.0 GPA requirement. So just please keep that in mind as well. So here you'll see the data for the first year of this initiative for the 2021-22 school year. 7 teachers received the graduate sign-in bonus with the original graduation year criteria of 2016. Once the adjustments were made to the graduation year, we identified an additional 12 teachers, and they also received the graduate sign-in bonus. So with our current criteria, we had a total of 19 teachers receive the graduate sign-in bonus for a total cost of $95,000. So again, with the current criteria, here are the projected numbers for the 2022-2023 school year. We've identified 19 teachers and 3 professionals who are set to receive the graduate sign-in bonus. So you're looking at a total of 22 educators for a cost of $110,000. And then finally, here's a comparison of the projected numbers. So you'll notice the graph on the left, that is the previous slide that I just discussed with you for the 22 educators receiving the sign-in bonus with the current criteria. On the right are the projected numbers if you decide to waive the criteria. So you will allow for them to have, you will remove the requirement for the 3.0 GPA and the traditional certification. If you decided to do that, we didn't want to provide you with the numbers, and that's an additional 12 teachers for an additional cost of $60,000. So if you're looking at the $110,000 that we have with the current criteria, and if you decide to waive the criteria, that's an additional $60,000 for a total of $170,000.
Those are all new hires for the school year.
Yes, sir.
So I have a question.
Yes,
You said there's 4 options. I guess I'm a little. My question is about the alternative certification.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're saying if they're alternatively certified, will they have to have had experience, or can this be somewhat straight out of alternative certification?
Yes, ma'am. You do have some who can come to us going through the offset program.
Fresh out of the gate.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and then but you talked about that if you took the traditional teacher certification, alternative certified, you would also remove the GPA.
That could be an option for you to consider.
Okay.
So we just,
You could be combinations of these.
Yes, ma'am.
But it could potentially be another combination of you're saying is if you wanted to have some sort of a previous employment history or something.
Yes,
Previous experience, that's not listed here, but that.
If
could be
I was
additional.
gonna support this. Not saying that I will or won't. I would caution us to think about a newly alternatively certified teacher that has no experience. Just in my experience with having students, I mean, I've had a lot of really great alternatively certified, so it's not my intention to say that they're not valuable. They are. But when I've had a new alternatively certified teacher, then we need to provide a lot of mentoring, and the district has to provide mentoring. The district has to provide a lot of help
And when we already have a teacher shortage, that would be my concern, is really being able to help that. Would we have mentors? Would we be able to? I mean,
We have
I
a
don't have
true mentorship program. We have for induction teachers and for both new hires. So we have a buddy for our new experienced teachers, but we have a mentor for a year, and we have a program where they meet every 6 weeks or monthly to every 6 weeks, I think, to support them. And then they have a campus mentor.
Mrs. Williams, I have a question. When they come out of this alternative certification route, aren't they, don't they still have guidance from the, like Region 11 or one of the programming, and they come into the school still and observe them? I was thinking about this, Dr. Tolbert, that, I mean, do all of them do that?
Well, I think each program is different. You will find
Varies significantly.
quality very.
From program to program?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Region 11 and ECAP are the better. There's others that once they get their money, they can't get them on the phone. I was talking to representatives from one of our teacher associations, and we were talking about one specific one. They said once they pay their fee, they just basically ghost them. They can't get a hold of them. And so it really depends. I would say ECAP and Region 11 are really, really pretty good, and some of the others just aren't. So it just depends on the organization.
Because that's where, like you said, Dr. Tolbert, that's where that would be added support. And then, you know, then monitoring them and.
But there's so many, I mean, there's so many out there. There's so many, as Dr. Chadwell said, there's so many out there.
But
That would be my concern.
the way that it's that we do right now, they're not allowed to get a bonus, period. But under this, they would not receive any bonus until they went through the entire, it'd take them a year to go through the program. And the way I look at this is if they're good enough teachers for us to hire, and we're sticking them in the classroom with our kids, then they should be entitled to the same bonus as anybody else. If that means they need to wait till after they complete their alt certification, which I agree that they should, because a lot of teachers that come straight into the alternative certification programs don't last. They kind of, they flare out, or they don't even make it a year or something like that. But in this, if we say you've got to finish your alternative certification program and become a truly certified teacher after you complete that program, if that takes you a year, 2 years, whatever it is, then in my mind, you'd be eligible for that signing bonus for the first half of it, starting that next full year after the completion of your certification.
Mrs. Williams, how do we dispense the $5,000 signing bonus? How is that normally done?
So it's 2 years. So the first year is September. That's when they'll receive the 2,500. And then their second year, if they return, they'll receive the additional 2,500. If for some reason they decide to resign that first year, then we will recoup that $2,500 back.
So we give it to them at the end of the completed year?
We'll give it to them in September. So for example, there were 2 employees last year who received it, and they decided not to return. So that money was deducted from their last check. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So these 12 additional teachers, they are people that we currently have now that are hired?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they're in the classroom now.
And that number is, correct me if I'm wrong, is a combination of those that are fully certified and they've gone through the year, and the ones that have just started and they're not certified.
So that's not all new hires. It would have been people that have previously been.
No, what I'm saying is that some of these people will be alternatively certified. They have previous experience in another district. They're 100% certified. And there's another group within that 12 that have just started their certification program,
Right.
and will be fully certified until this time next year. So I don't know the breakdown between those two groups. I'm going to shoot.
So they're all new hires. right? So they're all new hires. And so for the breakdown, since you asked. Dr.
Somebody could have come to us from another district that already had gone through the alt certification program 3 or 4 years ago.
I was trying to figure out if there was any retroactive. Those teachers would be all hires.
This would be a retro, if this was approved, there would be a decision.
This summer.
Correct, if we were to do that, depending on how it was approved.
So for those 12 that we have here, they're all of them have gone through the outset program. If you were going to just say, hey, we're going to allow a graduate to be alternatively certified, but we want to make sure they at least have a 3-point GPA or higher, then out of the 12, for example, you're looking at 8 that would receive the signing bonus.
I guess my question would be, we had a reason for those criteria originally. Could you walk us through how we got there and why we would consider changing it? I mean, there's arguments obviously
Yes,
that were made originally and why you'd bring it to us now.
I think we first brought it as very limited in scope. You know, we didn't include professional employees. We did 2016 and later. When we presented it, there were, it was new. And so there were some questions why we would do this. And so there was a lot of discussion at that time. And so we kept it small. And then we expanded the scope to prior to 2016 and then expanded the scope to prior to professionals. And so I think the main consideration really has to do with open positions in the district. I think that if we were in a situation where we were 100% fully staffed, then that would be one thing. But in an environment where we're continuing to recruit people, I think we need to look at all kinds of things. I'm not saying it's just this or any specific component of it, but I think that if that's the difference between X number of people coming back home, if you will, to teach because they received this bonus, then that would be certainly something we should consider. We are in a different environment. I mean, all these components for me, the way that we have to look and recruit and retain is completely different than it was 5 years ago. And I don't think it's going to return in the foreseeable future.
And their position would be the same on the certification and the GPA, or are those different?
I'm just saying unilaterally. I mean, I'm saying unilaterally, I think that we have to look at everything on the table. I think it was mentioned earlier that this is not a hiring standard, this is a bonus standard. And so hiring standards would include, if you had 2 people, one was alternatively certified, brand new to the profession, another person is traditionally certified and's been teaching for 5 years, then you would probably go for that second person. So that's the hiring standard. And also GPA, if you have 2 people, otherwise 100% equally qualified, you have one person with a 2.1 and one person honors graduate from an honors program with a 3.9. I would imagine, and again, other things are equal, that GPA would be a hiring factor. So this is the bonus factor. This is after the person's hired. And I know it kind of all happens at the same time, but would we want to extend that to get people to look our way?
Kind of to Tim's point, if you've decided to hire them, you've already kind of made a judgment about those pieces.
Yes, I was thinking this is what we were looking at going forward, but this
I'm just saying.
bonus versus hiring is 2 different things.
If they're sitting there and we say, man, Jim Chadwell, we want you to come to our school district. We're offering you the job.
Thank you.
And then you come and you go, oh, but by the way, you did the alternative certification program. We want you to come and you're good enough to hire you, but you're not going to get the bonus because you did the alt cert program. I just think that's a little unbalanced. I think if they're good enough to work in our district, they're good enough to.
That's a
get the
good
bonus.
point. That's a good point.
You know, I think the purpose of this was, right, to reward our students and try to recruit them to come back home. So my opinion is quit making it so dang complicated. If they, I mean, we're trying to reach more of them. We're having a hiring problem already. So I don't understand. Is the concern that regular certified teachers are going to be mad because an alternatively certified teacher got a bonus? Because
I think
they're going to be no more mad than they got it because they went to Boswell while they went to Carter.
I think that could be the case. I mean, for people who have spent, they come in with bachelor's and master's in education, traditionally certified, and they've done all these things. And somebody decided in July that they're gonna teach because they lost their job.
Correct.
They may feel frustrated by that. But to the point taken earlier, if they're here for a year and they're successful and we're going to keep them and they've gone through a traditionally certified program, then they've met that standard. And we're in a different environment now. I mean, we are definitely in an environment now where getting people to come back into this area is a key point. And I think one thing, just to remind us, when we looked at this originally, when we look at our community, one of the standards in our community is we're a small town, if you will, with people, even though it's not a small town, but it feels that way. And we know that people that grow up here have a commitment here long-term, which means retention. So if someone takes a job here and we hire them, we get them here, we're more likely to keep them, especially if they have roots in this area. And considering the fact, and not to bird walk too much, but we never talked about commutes 10 years ago. Except if you were talking about Irving or something. Now we're talking about commutes to Keller, to Northwest. We're talking about commutes to HEB because so if it's the difference between getting people here locally, and maybe people that are employed in other districts, but they grew up here and go, you know what, I might as well come back. I think we have to look at every piece that we can to get them. So
I would hope that would be the purpose of it.
Yes.
Is to do that.
I have one more thought. The 3.0 GPA, I do your analogy on who you hire, the 2.1, the 3.9 versus, all that would come into play when you were hiring.
Right.
But if we decide that we're going to hire someone and they're certified or going through the alt cert program or whatever, who knows what they had to grow up and do. Did they have to work a full-time job, go to work, take care of kids at home, still going to college, deaths in the family, who knows what their circumstances are. But if they're hireable in our district, whether it's a 3.0 or a 2.9, to me, that's kind of like the alternative certification part of it. If they're good enough for us to hire, then they should be good enough to get the bonus.
Mrs. Williams, when we do give them this bonus, do they sign a little contract? So they're very clear on how it's all stated well?
Yes, ma'am. We attach a contract addendum and it spells out pretty much the verbiage in the flyer here. And then there's two options. They can check that they are a brand new teacher who is coming into the district, or they have experience, and then at the bottom, they have to sign off. And before they get to the signature, it lays out that you're going to receive this in 2 installments. If you decide to not return for the first year, then we will recoup that money back. So it spells everything out for them. So they're well aware before they sign it.
Two that left were shocked knowing they were going to have to repay those funds.
Well, one was shocked. But then once we showed the contract addendum, the signed contract addendum, then I think the memory kind of came back to, oh, okay.
And I think that makes perfect sense because it's a recruitment and retention.
Absolutely.
I would definitely want the teeth.
Absolutely.
Just clarity.
Absolutely,
Okay, great.
absolutely.
Do we have any idea how many of these 19 would have still signed with us if they weren't going to get this $5,000 bonus?
Would you repeat that for me?
Do we have any
They all did.
idea or way of knowing?
They all did.
Huh?
They all did.
Yeah, but can we ask them? They might have, I have a theory that they probably would have signed anyway. Is there any way of knowing?
They're not eligible for it. Right?
Oh, none of the 19?
None of the 19, yeah.
So that tells you something.
7, but you said 7 teachers received the $5,000
Well, the
sign
first
bonus.
19, he's talking about the additional 12.
Yeah,
So you talking about?
yeah, I guess
The additional 12.
or or even the first, whoever,
Well-
anybody that's gotten it.
I
Do we have any idea?
I know qualitative, I don't have it broken down. I think it's worth asking though for future.
do it
But
for
as far
2
as
years.
qualitative, I do know of a person that would fall in the professional category that was in a position that they can work in the medical field as well. And they were deciding between 2 or 3 different things. And it wasn't just the money, it's that we wanted them.
Right.
So it was the fact that I get to go back to a place that believes in me. And so it wasn't just the money. You made me think of something, Mr. Bose, that I want to point out, is that unlike stipends, just like we've done and changed it and opened it, if we measure variables like that and realize that, say, this $170,000 and the more advanced one wasn't really making a difference, we could always change it in the future.
Right.
So unlike stipends, which feel like they're part of my salary moving forward, this is something that we could modify very easily in the future, just like we have now to expand it. We could always bring it back as well.
I think maybe monitor for a few years, see, I mean, it's just something about this paying people differently for where they were born has always kind of bothered me, but we'll see, maybe monitor and see. They'd probably be honest, say, hey, would you assign here without the 5? I think if you have a good experience where you grew up in your education system, I think you're probably going to have a propensity to go back anyway. So just my thought. We'll see.
I think one of the groups we're trying to get are those that already live away and they're relocating. But we have to measure that. So I think what you've said is correct, is really getting into the behavior there. But, you know, there's that transition between graduating from college and saying, I don't have a place to live, especially if your parents are like, you're not coming back here, you're going to find someplace else. And so getting people to come back into this area and choose home.
And we did educate them here. So there is a known quantity that you're not going to have that you wouldn't know when you get somebody from a different school district. We know the quality of their education.
So what if they came from a higher graded education system?
Where did you go to high school?
I went to Bell. I will touch on the 3.0 thing too. Steve will appreciate this. So, you know, because GPAs aren't the same, you know, for all colleges. The 2.4 at Baylor is probably a 4.0 at Tech. And let's be real there.
I won't argue.
So I'm kind of with Tim on that.
Calculus.
You want to disclose?
Sorry, Dr. Parker.
The only time the GPA mattered, it seemed to me, was in your first job. I mean, after that, nobody ever asked what your GPA was. They wanna know what your
Ever asked me my
experience is.
The data points, we find a lot of other data points that kind of somewhat normal. We have enough information here to know if we want.
I feel better about the alternative certification. I mean, I am not opposed to it. I mean, I know I've hired lots of students with alternative certification. I just want to make sure we've got some pieces with it but I didn't understand that it had people we had already hired you're talking about. And then we would make it, so would we make that retroactive or we
I
don't
would
know?
say, I mean, my opinion would be for this year, would be retroactive to the people that started it,
This year.
you know, a week ago, working for us.
So what we can do with the board's permission is, we can bring this back. It's especially since you're just now discussing, we'll bring it back similar to what we see here with options and similar to what we have in the item for property casualty. We can have some, recommendation language depending on which elements that you select there. If that's okay, we'll bring it back as an action item.
I think it sounds like we want it back.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. I think that finally concludes our report. It's almost 9:30. Would we like to take a little break? Let's come back at 9:35, please.
Great idea.
All right, let's get started again. We can get out of here yet today. We're going to move on to our action items now. Our first one is to conduct a public meeting to discuss the budget and proposed tax rate. So at this time, on behalf of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD, I declare an open meeting to discuss the budget and proposed tax rate. Mr. Welch.
Good evening once again, trustees. I will say, in preparation for tonight's public meeting to discuss the budget and proposed tax rate, the administration performed the legally required property tax related calculations and posted notice to the district's website, as well as a local newspaper, and also to the taxinfo.com website that is legally was implemented in the 2019 legislative session and is being administered by the Tarrant Appraisal District. Those notices include the notice of public meeting to discuss budget and proposed tax rate, as well as the prescribed proposed budget notice that is in the format comparing to the prior year, again, legally required. And then we also have included the 2022 tax rate calculation worksheet from the comptroller in the appropriate postings across those three various meetings. So for tonight's public meeting, since we have already discussed the proposed budget at length in the 7 o'clock hour as part of the reports, I will simply just note a couple of items specifically in regards to the no new revenue rate that is provided out there on the TarrantTaxInfo.com website. I wanted to provide some information on that as how that compares to our actual proposed tax rate. The no new revenue rate is a required calculation for taxing entities. All taxing entities have some level of, or others besides school districts, let me put it that way, have a requirement to calculate the no new revenue tax rate. It's a little different for school districts in that our tax rate is very integral to the state funding formula. So there is a disconnect in that the way that no new revenue rate is calculated, it only looks at local property taxes. It does not take into account what the tax rate that is prescribed by us, prescribed to us, let me clarify, prescribed to us by the Texas Education Agency's maximum compressed rate calculation. With that, we don't have much control over that tax rate, our proposed tax rate from that standpoint. And so the no new revenue rate does not take into account that we don't really calculate that rate, nor do we, nor does it take into account what that rate does to our state funding formula. If we were to, since it looks only at local property taxes, the no new revenue rate only looks at local property taxes, and we have seen an increase in our property values from 2021 to 2022, we will, the no new revenue rate would say that in order to generate the same amount of revenue we had last year, we could have a lesser tax rate. But it's only looking at local property taxes. And so, yes, that would be the case if we were only looking at local property taxes. But since that tax rate, our proposed tax rate is very integral to our state funding formula, if we were to lower our tax rate down to that no new revenue rate, it would cost us significantly in state funding to the point of over $30 million in decreased state funding from the effects of the no new revenue rate. So I wanted to point out that difference, that the no new revenue rate really, for a school district, doesn't show the whole picture. And so
the reality is those additional funds go to the state. So the state collects and then gives it back to us. So we mentioned earlier in an earlier meeting that on all the special calculations like this safety and security allotment, fast growth schools allotment, all these specialized allotments, those dollars this year we won't even receive because of the formula transition grant. So we get those dollars pulled away and it essentially goes to the state. One of the reasons why the state has a surplus is they're taxing through our ISDs, 1,100 ISDs. Those dollars are collected at the state level, and now they have a surplus that they can then compress the tax rate. That's great. And they're paying for that compressed tax rate, but they're really not paying for it. They're paying with dollars they collected from the local taxpayer. But we're going to tell people tonight that we have more money, which we only have more money based on enrollment. not because they are actually giving us more money per child. Our basic allotment is fixed, as we're very well aware. So it's a very convoluted. And so we felt like we needed to mention this prior to, for those watching, because the language they even use in there is tax rate and not taxes. And it's very misleading of where those dollars are going. That's on the M&O rate. On the INS rate, that's a different factor. So the INS rate obviously is not our dollars. That's more of a true number of what's received that pays off debt.
And so just a clarification, like I said, and out on the Parent Tax Info website, parenttaxinfo.com website, that taxpayers may receive a postcard from the Tarrant County Tax Office, or at least it has their name on it. That if they go to that website, they will see that difference in the no new revenue rate and our proposed rate. But again, the no new revenue rate really isn't relevant to the way school districts operate. And so we wanted to just provide that clarification in where that disconnect is.
But just to be clear, so if we wanted no new revenue, which is the state wants everyone to tax all the property owners less, and we did that, the state, we would see $30 million less.
So
from the state.
So what would happen if we decreased our tax rate below the maximum compressed rate that the
that formula
that formula captures? Then the state's not going to make up any difference for us reducing that tax rate down below that level. Yes,
and
then we lose the reduced state aid of our voter approved TRE tax rate, because obviously we would forego all those pennies to get down to that no new revenue rate. And we would lose not only the local, but then the state money as well for all those pennies.
Right.
And so that's where that, it's a significant difference. And again,
we can't really lower the tax rate.
You can't really lower it
But they
without
want to
taking a
blame us
penalty
for not.
from,
Yeah.
without taking a penalty in the state funding from those.
Sounds right to me.
So, with that, we have provided all the notices. We've talked about the proposed budget again in the earlier in the 7 o'clock hour during the report section. So at this point, I will conclude the information that we are providing for the public meeting. If anybody has any additional information, again, the notices, proposed budget, it's all out on the district's website under finance, where they can find all the information in regards to the budget.
This time, then I would open up the hearing to public comment. Was there anybody wishing to address the board on this issue? Being none, at this time, I will declare the public meeting closed. And you can stay right where you are, and we will move on to action item B, consider adoption of the 2022-2023 accelerated instruction budget.
So as required by state law, before we adopt the regular budget, we have to adopt the accelerated instruction budget, which we have an estimate of $6,903,769 included within the proposed budget that would be addressing accelerated instruction. And so we provide that recommendation to approve that, the accelerated.
We adopt the 2022-2023 accelerated instruction budget as presented.
Second. I have a motion by Steve and a second by Marilyn. Is there any discussion? Being none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And there are none. Motion 7-0. Being on consider the adoption of the 2022-2023 budget.
And for y'all, obviously we have reviewed the budget. For the record, I just will note that the 2022 comptroller tax collection or tax calculation worksheet is attached to the proposed budget as an appendix as required by law.
I move that we adopt the 2022-2023 maintenance and operations interest in sinking and child nutrition budget as presented.
Second.
By Steve, a second by Marilyn. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Motion carries 7-0. And adopt the ordinance to set the tax rate.
So this year we do have a little, it's a little different than normal year. Again, going back to that no new revenue rate, because our proposed budget exceeds the no new revenue rate. And again, we talked about the differences in the two. We do have required language that has to be provided in the motion. And that language states that the tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of the $1.4346 per $100. And it's saying effectively, again, effectively being prior compared to the prior year, a 12.5% increase in the tax rate. Again, that's going back to that comparison of what the amount generates or what the tax rate generates for the prior year compared to this year. Effectively, the tax rate, same tax rate as of last year or as of this year would generate more money than the prior year. So any adjustment above last year's or any adjustment to last year's rate that generates an amount greater than
Does it have to be exactly as written?
It has to be exactly as written, and that's why it makes no sense whatsoever. So it because
we can't say that the property tax rate, which is going to go down by 0.02229 cents, would be adopted. We have to read it exactly as the law requires there.
That is the legal requirement. And again, as you alluded, yes, our tax rate technically is going down from last year to this year, but because it's generating more money than what the no new revenue rate states, then we have this language.
Due to the property values, right?
Due to the property values, and again,
That's why that 12.5 so close.
Right.
Say, for example, we had an increase of 4%, which would be catastrophic because it wouldn't keep up with the number of kids and all that stuff, inflation. It still looked like we're increasing the
Right.
effective tax rate.
Yes.
It still would.
Because it's the way they calculate it with our house values went up, so theoretically our taxes went up, but
Yes.
not really our school taxes.
The rate.
It's extremely.
Not the rate. The
Very
rate did not go up,
When
but
you read on
taxes
the
were.
ordinance piece, when you talk about the $100,000 home would be a decrease of $22.90,
Yes.
but it's still an effective increase.
So how long has it been like this? How long has the language been like this, Jim? And why is it? Nobody can like this, right?
Oh, no.
Well, why is it? Let's get a change.
It's been a while.
It's been a while, and they used to call it effective tax rate.
Yeah.
And changed it. Well,
About
I can only
5 or 6
speculate,
years
but I
ago.
would say that it's liked by people who want to say you need to talk to the local taxing entity to lower your taxes.
Yeah.
When there is really no flexibility in doing so, as we described earlier. And we talked about Robin Hood, and usually we're talking about recapture district, but there's really two recaptures. There's Robin Hood for property wealthy districts, but really everybody is recaptured. Because the money goes to the state and comes back through the funding formula. They have the right to prorate funds. So for example, our fast growth schools allotment from this last year was prorated. That's like I'm giving you a raise, but you're only going to get 80% of it. I mean, that doesn't make sense, but that's exactly what happens. And so there's so much going on through this funding formula, but what will be said is that's the local taxing entity's decision, and it's really not. So
Are they saying they're effectively taking up the sales tax rate since inflation has increased the cost of goods?
no, I don't believe so.
Yeah, well, basically we have a state property tax rate, close to a state income tax. They can say what they want, but that's what we have in practice.
Because if we had every dollar that we had, we could lower the tax rate. I mean, if every dollar was actually given to the local level for discretion, we would have the ability to lower tax rates, as was done in previous years.
Right.
So.
All right, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $1.4346 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 12.5% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
I have a motion by Steve and a second by Donna. Any more discussion? All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Motion. Next, act on the 2021-2022 budget.
We provide information in the report, part of the meeting earlier. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to address those at this time. Otherwise, I'll
I
recommend.
move we approve the budget amendment for August 2022.
Second. I have a motion by Steve and a second by Marilyn. Need just one more discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Motion carries. Next, consider approving the property and casualty insurance policy. Mr. Will. We did have a report on this earlier, and you have some language options. Anybody want to make a motion?
I move that the board approve the property and casualty insurance package from Brown & Brown to include the base proposal for commercial property and liability insurance policies with option 2 for assailant coverage.
Second.
I have a motion by Marilyn, a second by Tim. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Motion carries. Next, consider acceptance of a donation of a Gaga ball pit, to Bryson Elementary from the Bryson Elementary PTA.
We have the recommendation tonight. It, again, just an opportunity to tell not only the Bryson PTA how much we appreciate their support, but also all of our parent organizations in the district. It's very valuable. This is just one opportunity, one example of their support, one opportunity to highlight it. With that, we would recommend, it's gone through all the review and procedures. We recommend that the board accept this donation.
Make a motion to accept the donation of a 15-foot Gaga ball pit and a Gaga pit ADA gate from Bryson Elementary PTA for the use at Bryson Elementary.
Second. And by Tim, a second by Liz. Any discussion?
And what is it?
It's like, they have one at every, outside the church. It's like a circular, yeah, kind of. It's like a help on the picture. I couldn't tell. Fencing about waist highs, and it's dodgeball.
Yeah.
But you're in a restricted, right?
You cannot touch your body.
Yes.
So you hit it, like if you're in there and you hit it,
Like
and your goal is to hit it without it touching your legs.
Yeah,
basically.
last man standing, just like dodgeball.
It's a big hit.
It keeps the ball in.
Inside of it.
Yes, the ball has to stay in and it's a big
It
hit.
can be an indoor or outdoor,
Yes.
They're outdoor.
in or outdoor.
Most of them are out.
Looks like it's similar.
Okay.
Pretty large.
And we're just gonna store it stores.
No, it's kind of
No, it's
permanent.
permanent.
Oh, you put it up. Got it. Okay. That was my question. All for it.
All those in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Motion carries 7-0. Next, consider approving Assistant Director of Child Nutrition Services and Instructional Support pay grade adjustments.
Hello, good evening.
Sorry,
President
can't you wait
Ring,
so long?
Dr. Chadwell, Board of Trustees. I am asking for you to consider approving an Assistant Director of Child Nutrition and to adjust 3 instructional support positions. Each year we do a market study that determines the need for equity adjustments to positions throughout the district. We have reviewed and completed the process for this year. The primary focus was on recruitment and retention of auxiliary and instructional support staff. So there are some recommended changes to the pay of the physical education aides, the parent liaison aides, and the library aide at Hafley Development Center. These would be moving from instructional support 1 to instructional support 3. And then also we will be adjusting the salary for starting custodians from $11.76 to $13.25. And additional funding from the food services has also allocated the abilities for us to provide additional leadership for the child nutrition department and to increase the salary for child nutrition specialist from $12.03 per hour to $14 per hour. Do you have any questions?
No, we didn't really have any questions. We just didn't want you to sit here all night. And we knew you weren't Mr. Billy Kidd either. I recommend we approve the Assistant Director of Child Nutrition Services and Instructional Support pay grade adjustments as presented.
Second. Motion by Steve, a second by Donna. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Motion carries. And our last action item? Oh, I'm sorry, H, sorry. Consider approving Assistant Director for Child Nutrition. No, we just did that. It is our last action item.
But he did do a great job of presenting it.
Sorry, what's our last action item? You made me think I missed it.
I move to enter into contract negotiations with the roof and the RTU replacement at multiple campuses. Project with the highest ranking contractor, Core Construction. In the event the district is unsuccessful in negotiating contract with Core Construction, the board authorized the city administration to cease negotiations and move to the next highest ranking contractor until a contract can be successfully negotiated.
Second.
Motion by Donna, a second by Tim. Any discussion?
And they're gonna work with us on the maximum price. It's always a little dicey, even though the bidding was very close. They were 912 and 907. I mean, you think that that's gonna work out to our advantage working with Core, obviously.
It is. I mean, I think they will probably attract a better sub base to be able to propose on these projects.
Okay. That's the only question I had.
All those in favor? Any opposed? There are none.
Thank you.
That was the last of our action items. So we're moving on to the routine monthly reports. Were there any questions?
The consent agenda. When you get to the consent agenda, that will be our last action.
Oh, yes. I meant of the action items listed here. We're going to move on to the routine monthly reports following the agenda that is listed in your board book, Mr. Newcomb.
No, ma'am, I do not have any questions.
I'm sorry, Paige.
I will keep quiet from now on, I promise.
Any questions on those? Okay, then let's move on to review of the board planning calendar. Dr. Chadwell.
Yes, I'm looking at this board planning calendar. I'm thinking, what items could we have put in September? Because there's only one action item and we don't even know what it is yet. It's act on bids and proposals. But we can see there's a few items there that are important. Our current tech program report, our bus transportation report. If we have any other items, we'll certainly communicate those with you. We have several routine reports that come at this time of year, including the enrollment class size report. And also under consent agenda, we will start with our most likely our first submission of a class size waiver. We have that in consent. We have pulled those out of action and have added that information we've talked about earlier, where it shows the class comparisons, if that's okay with you all. And then also the consent agenda of moving the new course requirements under the consent as well.
And then policy update.
Yes, I don't see that on there, but it will. Yes, sir, it will.
Now we will move on to the consent agenda for all. Do I have a motion on that?
We approve the consent agenda, Madam President.
Second. A motion by Steve, a second by Marilyn. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Motion carries 7-0. All right, moving on to board president's announcements. I just was going to remind everybody, there's a couple of us, I think, that haven't finished the safety training that is due by the end of September. So let's make sure we get that done. If you have any issues, Kim can help you make sure we get set up appropriately. I know some of us had a little trouble logging on, but she was able to get us through that. Thank you. And then just a reminder about TASB convention, September 23rd through the 25th. You do have at your places tonight your training hour report that's current, so you'll have an idea of what you need to get done if you're not already haven't already achieved your hours. So make sure you look at that. And then also the expense, the hotel expense forms, you need those signed and back tonight, right? You're going to take care of that all together, Kim? And then if anybody wants to coordinate transportation, go ahead and contact me separately after the meeting. That's all I got.
Good. I just have a few items here. You can see on the calendar, we have the Safety and Security Advisory Committee on September 7th for those individuals that are a part of that meeting. That's at 2 o'clock in the Hapley Development Center. We also on September 14th, you're invited to the EMS Retired School Employees Breakfast and Meeting. And that's at Aperture Boardroom here at 8:30. We also have Team of 8 ISO training. It's here in the boardroom at 5 o'clock on September 21st. And then we also obviously have the various holidays and meetings set up as well. I just want to say the very first week of school, this past week was a very, very good start of the school year. It's been very exciting to see all the kids and obviously our staff come back. And of course, we've done this for a while and just watching what's going on our campuses was just very promising last Monday. And especially not having what we've had this last couple of years and really having to start the school year in kind of an emergent state, or 2 years ago, not being able to start in person. It was really great to see everybody back and working really hard. It's going to be a great semester. I also just want to take a moment just to acknowledge again the Kirkland family. I know we acknowledge them at convocation. We still, Mr. Kirkland is still in hospital, and just they're in our hearts and minds and prayers. And just kind of, again, keeping them in our thoughts as they work through that, and the Boswell family and the Saginaw family support the family. So that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
See no business.
Seeing there's no business to come before this board, I will entertain a motion I will make the motion to adjourn. Trying to make that switch, sorry.
Have a motion by Steve. By Liz. All in favor, yes, we're adjourned at 10:06.